Welcome to the draft show here at the FC Pro Open. For the next 15 minutes, we're going to take a deeper look at some of the squads and items selected by our pro players and by you, the community, ahead of round 4 of the competition. I'm absolutely delighted to be in the company of Pieface and Casey. And this week, we're all about the leagues. My name is Richard Buckley, if you didn't know, at home, and the squad restrictions, we've been around the grounds, we've done Radioactive, we've done Icons. This week, 2 players from 1 league only with a 9 million budget. Pie, how are we feeling? Yeah,
I love it. It adds something a little bit different, a little bit of variety in the squads. 2 per league as well. It's going to be interesting to see whether they go for chemistry over, rating as such in terms of that budget. Where are they going to spend it?
And just to clarify, at home, heroes count for the league that they are associated with. Icons are their own separate league. So if you wanted Yaya Toure in the centre of midfield alongside, let's say, Virgil van Dijk, and you wanted to get Haaland in as well, that's 3. Unfortunately, Casey, it was a bit of a struggle making these teams, I've got to say.
It was quite the struggle. I think I sat there for a good 2 hours because I take these drafts very, very seriously. I want to have the best draft possible, and those 9 million coins go away in a blink of an eye.
Well, if you're wondering about who you might be seeing here tonight, there's a couple of names that we're expecting to see, that we're almost guaranteed to see in these teams. Pie, he wasn't available last week because of the Icons. Mbappe will return, I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he isn't in any of the pros team today. I mean, what an item, the gold card, absolutely crazy. It's just that blistering pace, the ability to get away from defenders, insane, great shooting, great play styles, what a card.
And he offers you so much, Casey, in those stats in particular, the high acceleration, the high sprint speed, and the incredible 94 finishing as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mbappe is an endgame card. You can have him on your team in October. You will have him on your team in August. He stays on your squad the entire year. He really is.
I mean, yeah, what an item. No surprise that he's still well up there in the 2 million coin range. You need a partner in crime for Mbappe. You need someone maybe from the same league as well as Mbappe. Who else could you potentially go for in the striker position? Because it's a player that we know very well, Casey.
I'm thinking maybe a little Ginola. I could see him on there. I have a feeling we're going to see him a lot tonight.
Well, I can tell you a fact as well. Out of the 5 players we've got here tonight, 100% success rate. Mbappe and Ginola are in the teams. Why is Ginola so influential?
I mean, look at this card. His playstyle plus is technical, so he's very, very agile in the box. The 90 pace, 88 shooting, 91 dribbling. I mean, you have to have him on your team.
Let's take a deeper dive into those stats, Pie. You can see Ginola there on the screen. He's just so well-rounded. The physicality as well.
Yeah, and I am going to throw a small spanner in the works. Okay. And I know it's a skill issue, but he's not the item for me. I'm going to be honest. It's so weird that I just cannot get used to him. It's almost a bit clunky, but I'm not a pro, and there's a reason why I've not chosen him, and there's a reason why all of the pros are going to choose him.
I think skill issue is the word in that sentence.
Yeah, and I'll own that, It's just...
Well, let's have a look at what you've been selecting at home. We always open it up. The community are a huge part of these shows, and in particular, the draft show. This is what you've picked. This is your most selected 11 at home. Some interesting players in there. Where else to start than the top of the Christmas tree? Erling Haaland, brand new dynasty item, Casey.
Yes, I mean, the best striker in the world, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a biased City fan, but I mean, if you look at his gold item, he can be a little bit clunky, but this one, clunky is not the word that comes to mind. 93 pace, aerial playstyle plus. If a ball is sent in the air, he will be getting it.
I mean, he's so green in those stats, Pie. 99's all over the board. Is he not for you? Would you use him?
Yeah, I really, really like him. And you know what it is? That 87 beats item, the free version that a lot of people got. Great card. It's the pace that is surprising considering how tall he is, how strong he is.
Well, we know who's going to be scoring the goals, who's going to be defending, who's going to be trying to keep those clean sheets. He was, again, recently added in to the game. Maldini, but the 90 version of Maldini. Why do you think he got selected so much?
There's 2 versions. Both are a little bit pricey, but if we're looking at a 9 million budget, you kind of have to take the cheaper one. The other one, I think we're looking at 2.8 million. Can't quite fit into the squad.
The composure, Pie, the reactions. That's where my eyes instantly go.
Yeah, 99 reactions and composure on a centre-back. I mean, he is an insane item. He has got that 93, but I think unless you are a top player, you're not necessarily going to see that difference. So I think that's why a lot went for the 90, because of the budget as well.
Well, we know who's going to be scoring. We know who's going to be keeping the clean sheets. Who's going to be playing the passes? Who's the filling of this community sandwich? Bonmati. She was recently added into FC this year, and she has taken the game by storm. This is her version that you were selected at home. What an item.
I mean, I was rocking with Bonmati's gold card for months, and so the fact that she got this one, I was very, very happy. Playstyle plus technical, she's agile in the midfield, and at the end of the day, you trust her in your midfield.
You mentioned those playstyles. Pi, she ticks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, and for me, she also has that finesse plus, sorry, not the finesse, but the finesse trait. And the thing is, outside the box, she's got that. She's got the passing, she's got the dribbling. Her gold item is insane. And I think for the price, 400,000 coins.
Good.
And a different league as well, that's important to consider, is she isn't La Liga, she's the Liga F. And that's a big, big improvement for the squad.
Great insight. That's why he's here. That's why we're paying the big bucks.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at 3 players who were slightly underrated that we thought maybe we'd see more of, but these 3 popped up in enough squads to give them a special mention here on the draft show. Laurent Blanc, Tamori, and Kvaratskhelia. How are we saying that, Casey?
Kvaratskhelia. It's wrong, but
You've been practicing
that's all I got.
4 hours.
I really have.
Laurent Blanc, he's in everyone's team, it seems, when you're going to Foot Champs at home. Surprised to see him not more? Are you surprised to see him underrated?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, in the main squad, I was expecting Blanc VVD, because I play them, I think, in almost every single game of Weekend League, every time. Again, could be considered a skill issue. I didn't like him. I did the SBC. I wasn't a fan. I like Thunderstruck Romero.
When we talk about Tamori, the lack of playstyles maybe the only thing that's letting him down?
That's really his only letdown, because we have the other 2 that have great playstyles. But even outside of that, amazing out of here. We got 87 pace, 88 defending. I mean, he's going to be locked down on defense.
You do a lot of critiquing, Casey. I think it's time we critique you, because you submitted your team. Let's have a look at your squad that you have put in this week. I mean, first, I've got to go firstly. What is Kante doing? Why is there a polar bear in Texas?
Okay, hear me out. Kante, radioactive, we're already going to get Chem. With a hybrid team, you struggle to get Chem. He has a link to Neymar. He fits. He's a very, very good item. Respect Kante.
Across the back 4, you happy with that play? Theo Hernandez, Van Dijk, Varane. Using both Prem players at your heart of defence.
See, I like it. However, when I was here on week 2, we did see Varane make a few errors, and I thought he might have been going to an SBC if it was in my team. I'm definitely going to defend Casey on the Kante item, though. Quality card. Although I would be saying Zidane, not for me. I'm just throwing it out there, okay? You can say skillish, you can say what you want. It just doesn't have, for me, the passion.
Off the bench, interesting bench, not the strongest. I think that's going to be a really interesting point here, where those items are coming from league-wise on the bench as well. Lionel Messi gets a spot. Well, we've seen your teams, we've seen the pro players' teams very shortly indeed, but who is competing tonight? Let's reveal it, because it is unbelievable. Guys, this group is so stacked. Obrun, Tekkz, Fouma, the One-House, and Levi De Weerd. What a group, Casey.
What a group is right. I mean, we're calling it the group of death for a reason. Every single one of these players, I'm actually so excited to see their drafts, because I think they're going to be a bit creative with it.
Ask and you shall receive. Let's have a look at some of these players' drafts. We're going to start with the Man City man, Tekkz. This is what he has selected. There are 6 players who participated for him in the global qualifier. And, I mean, I'm looking right away here. Kevin De Bruyne in the centre of the pitch. Pi, I know you're a bit of a fan of KDB.
Yeah, I did pack him. Unbelievable item. His passing is what I just think is fantastic. Really helps run the midfield. He's got shooting, he's got dribbling. All round, really great item.
Well, why not? Let's hear from the man himself. Tekkz, why KDB and Socrates?
I use Socrates because he's tall, he's physical. 6'4", 4-star, 5-star. He's not the best defensively, but he wins headers, he gets up, and he plays for the badge as well, so that's why he's in the team. It's nothing to do with Man City. The reason I use De Bruyne, he's got long ball pass, left foot, right foot, does not matter. Yeah, I send my fullbacks and I try getting behind that way.
Well, there you have it. That's Tekkz's reasoning why he likes these players in particular. I want to draw your attention to the right winger spot. It was Trailblazers Hansen. He used in the global qualifier, and that caught on. And everyone seems to be using Hansen right now. Are you surprised that she's still in the squad, given the price that she's got with only 9 million restrictions?
You know, at the end of the day, I'm really not. I think that Caroline Graham-Hansen, whether it's her Trailblazers or gold, is a long-lasting card. On the wing, you trust her, especially because I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more Putellas in the midfield, because that's a good link as well.
Well, Socrates is the main man in the centre of this pitch. Let's have a little bit of a deeper dive at Socrates' stats, because It's a player that we didn't expect to see when he used him in the global qualifier. That price shot up. Pi, Socrates is going in an SBC if you got him at home.
I actually did. I packed his item and I was so disappointed. But, you know, Tekkz said something very important there. He placed the badge. I love a player on EFC with passion. And if he's got that, I might have to have another look and maybe get him involved, especially with, we'll see how he plays today.
Well, another one of the big headers in this group is going to be Obrun. He qualified through his performances in the summer. And this is the squad that he has selected here. It's an interesting team, I've got to say. There's a couple of players in there that are intriguing. Both players using João Cancelo, but different versions of Cancelo. This one here has got the whipped pass playstyle, Tekkz's technical plus. Maybe read into that how they're going to operate with Cancelo. At left back, Bompastor, Casey, recent released into the game. Unbelievable item.
I love this. And so when she first came out, I was like, do I get rid of Bacha? I've been having Bacha on my team for so long. And honestly, you do. Because this left back, 90 pace, Bompastor needs to be there because she can also play forward as well.
Before we have a deeper look at Bompastor's stats, let's hear why Obrun selected her at left back.
I am using Bompastor because for the restriction, because he's a women's Ligan, and also because he's so technical, and for the playstyles. Playstyles are so important this year.
They certainly are. Playstyles are one of the decisive factors, what makes an item meta and only good. Little deeper dive into her in-game stats here. I've wrote them down because she's got so many playstyles. Relentless plus, anticipate, incisive pass, whipped pass, dead ball, and press proven. She's the real deal, Pi.
Yeah, and I looked last night, 180,000 coins. I think it's a fantastic price. The thing for me is, even though she looks incredible, I've got Basha and I'm a little bit loyal. However, as well, can I say, the design, absolutely beautiful.
Who's going to be the decisive player? One word, one player in these drafts. Who's it going to be? Who's going to shine tonight, Casey?
Mbappe.
Hansen
and Mbappe, the players. I mean, for me personally, I'm going to go Modric. I think we're going to see a road to the knockout Modric really start to take the shine, shall we say, here. It's going to be unbelievable tonight. We're going to be joined with Ryan Pessoa, Frankie, and Brandon Smith to break down everything that you're going to be seeing here tonight. It's the group of death for a reason. It's got 4, even 5 potential winners of this entire competition. Make sure you stay locked for the next 3 hours because Group D of the FC Pro Open starts right after this. Must watch FC. See you in 2.
Hello and welcome to week 4 of the FC Pro Open, and what an evening we have in store for you guys. Group D is labelled the Group of Death. Obrun, Tekkz, Fouma, Levi De Weerd and the one-offs. But let's not hang about, let's get straight into it, Richard Buckley, because Obrun, he's got a bit of an uphill battle tonight. Massive.
I mean, he's probably sitting at home watching the global qualifier take place thinking, why are all these people coming into my group? I said it on the draft show, I think there's potential winners of the entire tournament here in this group, and he's going to have his work cut out, unable to play in a couple of the events previously. He's got to really play to the top of his powers or he's going to get blown away in this group. Especially as he's got to go up against the titan that is Tekkz by face.
Yeah, he is, for me, one of the GOATs, you know, one of the OGs, one of my favourites. So I have to have a little bit of a soft spot for him, and I do hope he does well today. Like everyone else, I'm just looking forward to seeing these guys in action again.
It's going to be so interesting, though, because actually you look at the top of the group, you go, OK, yeah, we've got Obrun, we've got Tekkz, we've got Fouma, the face of French FC 24, but then we also have the one-offs, and if he does well tonight, that could be the story of the season so far.
I think it would be. And look, he comes into this in many different feelings. Is he nervous? Is he excited? Does he have any expectation and pressure on his shoulders? I think, as Rich was saying as well, there's 4 names in here. Only 2 can go through. There is going to be upsets, and if the one-offs can get in there and make an upset happen, I'm all for it.
And I'm interested to see how Levy does, but we'll have plenty of time to talk about him later in the show, because right now we've got to hand over the reins to Casey as she's talking to Tekkz.
I'm backstage in the Players' Lounge with my teammate, Tekkz. Tekkz, I mean, this group, we're all calling it the Group of Death. What are your overall thoughts?
Might be one of the hardest groups of all time. Me, Fouma, Obrun, Levy, Osama, so nah, it's a hard group, but yeah, it is what it is. Like, you played all these players before, I've beaten before, I've lost them before, hopefully I'll just play well today.
And then, obviously, a lot of very, very good competitors, but who was your biggest competition, you think?
To be fair, I don't think there's one. I don't think that, like, everyone's so good, and like, I would love to give an answer, but everyone's as good as each other, so yeah, just let's just see what happens.
Now, a bit of a fun question for you. Last year, I've taken a big notice that you've had a lot more fun. You've been making more content. Your YouTube channel is thriving. How do you balance the fun content side with the competitive side?
You know what, I used to hate doing content. I used to like just playing FIFA, but then like a couple of years ago it switched and I like doing content. So it's hard to balance, but I think when a tournament comes along, like a couple of weeks before, I just got to put the content to a side and put as less effort into that as possible and focus on comp, because if I try to balance both of them like this last week, I've done no videos, but if I did videos, I wouldn't practice FIFA. So yeah, it's difficult, but yeah, it's one of them.
Well, difficult to balance, but you're doing an amazing job, both on the fun side and the competitive side. Good luck today.
Cheers.
Well, we couldn't not hear from the coach of Tekkz's first opponent, Levi De Weerd. Renzo, thank you so much for joining us. It's interesting to see you here yet again, because Levy is your 3rd player in the FC Pro Open. Have you got any learnings from the past few weeks that you're bringing to tonight's coaching session?
Well, some learnings, but every week it's different because we're using new FUT items every week. So you take some lessons of it, but in general, it comes back to all the same.
How involved do you get with the drafting process?
To be honest, I just let the players pick first, and then I see like the entire team, and I'm like, okay, maybe we can switch this, but as long as you're comfortable with it, it's fine.
As long as you're comfortable, some mind games. I just quickly also want to ask you about your work with Levy, because he's had so much national success, particularly during that online era when we were all stuck in our bedrooms broadcasting or obviously playing pro like Levy was. And he's had great success also in 2v2. But how are you turning him into a potential solo international champion?
Good question. To be honest, Levy and I have been working for like 5 years together now, and every year he's getting so much more experience, and he's the easiest one to work with, to be honest, because he's always focused on learning new things, and he just nowadays questions me like, should I do this, instead of when I'm asking him like, can you do this please? No, he's always upfront with it, and I'll just advise him whether to continue with it or not.
Yep, and speaking about yourself and Levy up against Tekkz, you've actually played Tekkz already in this competition, the Swiss format.
Yep.
It didn't go your way, a narrow loss, 2-1. How's your preparation and mentality coming into this?
I mean, it's still the same approach, but hopefully this time the Finesse Playstyle Plus has been nerfed quite a bit. And I don't know if you remember the goal, but the 2-1 of Hansen, that was the difference really, because it's an equal game between Tekkz and Levy. They have probably the most comparable kind of playstyle.
Yeah.
And I think it will just be a 50-50 once again, and now maybe we can bounce it on our way. We have a secret.
Yeah, that's the question I want to ask again. Sorry, one more, Frank. I don't know.
No, go for it.
How do you change the dynamics from making it a 50-50 into maybe even a 51-49 percentage where you're the favorite coming into the game? How do you beat Tekkz?
Well, it's funny because I think they both share the same weakness, and that's if players really tend to go for through balls.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna try to maybe catch him off guard with 1 or 2 of them, and we'll see how that goes from there.
Battle of the through balls.
But not a battle of the through balls. Hopefully it's just going to be on one side.
I like to come up with a catchy title. Okay, I need to work on that. Being coached by Renzo. We're going to head over, though, to Richard and Pieface right now, because I want to find out what your player's bringing to the draft today.
Thank you very much, Frankie, Renzo and Ryan. 5 years with the same coach. I don't think Ryan Passola had 5 weeks with a coach. We can have a look at these draft teams. We looked a little bit at Tekkz. We've got a little bit more time now to delve deeper into it alongside Levi De Weerd's team. Here is Tekkz's squad. We talked about Socrates. I don't want to harp on about that.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Mike in goal. Big Mikey.
Yeah, and it's interesting because every other team I've seen, and
Icon.
even in, it's always been an icon, and that's also been in the other draft restriction we've seen. So I guess it's personal preference. I'm assuming it's for the Chem with Hernandez and linking up the team, but I guess if it works for him.
We actually spoke to Tekkz as well about Rio Ferdinand, and he said he would have used him had he could in the budget at the global qualifier. So he's a big fan of Rio, and he wanted to get him in the team. Watch out for Hansen, watch out for Mbappe, Ginola, Kevin De Bruyne over the top 3 balls into Socrates. This is going to be a cracking game. I've got to say, quick mention on the bench, not the strongest of bench. Daniel Malen, which was Emre Yilmaz's pro live item, is on the bench as well, but a lot of the coins are in this starting 11 pie.
Yeah, that's where most of it is. I'm trying to think who we can kind of maybe have as a super sub. Cascarino.
Davis.
Yeah. I mean, going forward-wise, but I mean, why would you want to sub any of the front 3 off?
Well, let's have a look on the other side of the screen. It's going to be Levy's team. We heard from Lorenzo that it's sort of a collaborative effort on these squads. My eyes are dictated towards two positions straight away. Centre mid, Valverde, he's the only player to use. Inform Valverde, he is a unique item in tonight's drafts. And also the fullbacks, Thunderstruck Alphonso Davies and Icon Cafu. I think we worked it out as about 1.7 million coins worth of items at fullback.
Yeah, it's crazy that. I mean, as a casual, whenever I'm drafting a squad, I tend to kind of leave them to the end. As you were saying, we sort of fill them up with a Walker, you know, a Mendy, but most of the budget, or a lot of the budget, has gone on those areas. I'm a big fan of Valverde, though. I love the midfield. I think it's nicely balanced.
The bench as well is really, really strong. Look to see some of those subs coming off the bench to potentially change up the game. Well, it's not only the drafts that are the items in focus tonight, also the FC Pro live items. It's been the highlight of every single week, and tonight is no different. Calvin Phillips is the player that will be upgraded potentially due to Tekkz performance. Talk to me about Calvin, because I know you're invested.
Yeah, I bought 7 before the broadcast. I thought, hey, let's have some excitement. I've gone for the item.
It's already up. It's like 140k already.
I know. I paid 138, so I'm after tax. I'm still in trouble. But
how much is that in yen? I mean,
yeah,
outrageous.
Yeah, it was a full send.
On the other side of the screen, a player that is a lot cheaper is Levy's FC Pro live item. It's Ivan Caballero. 13 to 15k on the market right now, but there's really good potential if Levy has a good performance here tonight to get upgraded and look pretty strong. That pace, 93, the shooting's pulling off to 86, 87, dribbling closing 90, and the physical as well. That's a good little item.
Yeah, and we know how good Levy is as well. There's full potential here. We could see a +2 and a playstyle and even an extra position, and knowing we don't know what that could be yet, could be striker, centre forward. And he's Liga and easy to link. 13k, you can't go wrong, can you?
Certainly can't. You know the items, you know the drafts that are going to be in our featured match. Over to Frankie for one last time before these games get underway.
Oh, thank you very much. I enjoyed that speculation very much. Which one of those players truly plays for the badge? We're about to find out, because it is time for these FC heavyweights to give us the answers. It's a loaded field packed full of talent, otherwise known as the Group of Death.
So scared for what you don't understand. Make it the best group of all time. It's the Group of Death.
That's going to be a really interesting one.
What game against Obrun? What do you think?
I'm one of Obrun's biggest fans.
Hard group. I just want to win the trophy now. Tekkz and Obrun. Let's see if it's going to be stacked.
He's calm and composed. Huge game, massive result for Levy.
Vinicius Juniors!
One of us is ready to go.
I'm the guy dominating.
Let's leave it to Tekkz.
I'm really good at this game.
Well, good evening and welcome to a very special evening in London. It's the last one before the holiday break, but by God, Ryan Pessoa, the group of death is here and it is now live for the next few hours.
Yep, you can see the games on screen. Obrun up against Fouma. Tekkz versus Levy. Not to take anything away from the other groups, Brandon, I'll be honest, I've been looking forward to this. The moment the final player was brought out in the 1OS, I've been waiting for this group.
And I was looking across, Ryan, as we were building up the suspense to this group tonight. The trophies in this group are incredible. I'm talking E-Champions League winner, E-Serie A winners, all of those trophies that Tekkz won back in that crazy 2019 year. Eredivisie, the list goes on. This group is full of names. The problem we've got, Ryan, only 2 players can make it through at the start of next year in late January. We are kicking off with this one. It's Tekkz against Levi De Weerd. You do not want to go anywhere. I think he's been one of the main players that those that aren't involved in the FC scene, Ryan, have looked at the FC items that are available. I know Simicum was popular with Anders Vergang, but other than that, Calvin Phillips is the most expensive FC item in this group because everyone knows Tekkz, everyone knows that he's normally a safe bet in terms of performances. He went 7-0 in the qualifiers, he looked confident, he looked strong, but it's not going to be easy for him today. It will not be easy for him today.
Absolutely not. As we said, we already mentioned it multiple times, a group of death has many, many top names, top performers. So he's going to have to, in order to get top 2 in this group, it's not going to be easy. It wouldn't be surprising if he drops a couple games, but we've already seen 7-0. We've seen players coming into this tournament in week 2 be 7-0 in fact. It didn't work out as he would have expected. So Tekkz, he knows there's pressure on his shoulders. He's coped with it before, he needs to cope with it now.
And also, in case you didn't realise, we've also got Obrun against Fouma as our second match. And where do we look at, Ryan? Look, where do we follow this game? We're going to kick off now. Tekkz against Levi De Weerd. We're live back in London again. It's week 4 of the FC Pro Open. Do not go anywhere. Players will be upgraded, and there will also be some shocks that appear in the group of death. It's week 4, as we said. We've already seen Group A, B and C conclude before the winter break. Now it's for this group to unfold. The 1OS does sit out in this game for those Saudi Arabian, Middle Eastern fans that will be cheering his name tonight. Tekkz looking for an early start. Could be an early goal. It's defended in the end pretty well. I mean, we've got to talk about it, Ryan. The draft format, the squad building rules for this week. Is it the hardest build for these players or not?
You know what? I think it's actually quite lenient. I know it's difficult in terms of only having 2 players from a specific league, but I think the way you can build your squad sort of caters that quite well. You see Tekkz building up on the byline. He's brought in Theo Hernandez, which is a very expensive item. I believe it's over 1 million coins he's used of his budget, of the 9 million on a left back.
There was quite a few interesting selection in Tekkz's draft. Ginola wins his battle. He tries to smooth his way past Virgil van Dijk. Tekkz still in full control at the moment. One of the most interesting picks in Tekkz's team comes from the goalkeeper. I mean, goalkeepers are a special choice this year. A lot of pros often go for an icon selection. He has gone for Miagnan of AC Milan. A couple of step overs. There's Mbappe. 8 minutes in. Tekkz will look to make it deja vu for Levi De Weerd, who was on the back of a defeat to Tekkz just over a month or so ago in the Open Qualifier of this tournament. And I mean, look, it's been an electric start from Tekkz. He's been knocking on the door since the first minute. There was always going to be a chance, and unfortunately for Levy, he finds himself 1-0 down.
Yep, exactly. It's that step over boost into space with Mbappe, a slightly late player switch there from Levy onto Van Dijk, and a shot across the goal without the goalkeeper movement there. It's basically a guaranteed goal when you have the likes of Mbappe in front of it. So it's been a promising start, or more than promising, I should say, from Tekkz. The first 8 minutes or 9 minutes or so. And yeah, Levy, I don't think has left this half.
Well, we just spoke about it there. For those who didn't see, 64 players came to London in early November. Well, they bowed out in the FC Pro Open Qualifier. 6 of those players from Tekkz's drafted 9 million coin squad back then feature again tonight. The same heavy hitters. There's no surprise that they feature support Tekkz again. Those players include Mbappe, Hansen, Socrates, who is the most interesting pick, I think it's safe to say, right in the team. Kevin De Bruyne, Virgil van Dijk, and a trailblazer, João Cancelo. There is a team at the group stage, João Cancelo available, but Tekkz said, look, I just like the trailblazer one.
I think from what we saw when these two played earlier on in the year, Renzo said it earlier on, it was very closely contested, and a 2-1 to Tekkz, and what separated them was Hansen on the ball now with a finesse shot.
I think also on that, Ryan, in the nicest possible way, Levy was 4-0 in Swiss, Tekkz was 4-0 in Swiss. The game had a different feel to it. It wasn't you know, a knockout $50,000 game. I think this is going to be very different. We said there's another game taking place, and it's between Obrun and Fouma. There has been a goal in this game, and it's gone the way of the French player of FC Lorient, and it's no surprise that Kylian Mbappe has scored a goal there. You can see Stingray in the coach's seat tonight. They've got quite the relationship, those two players. They were teammates last year and went on to win the French E-Ligue 1. Now he's back again to support, in his eyes, one of the most talented FC players in the world. Perfect start for Fouma there. Yeah,
Fuma's a frightening player to play against. We'll see more of him later on as Tekkz tries to create an attack there, loses possession. But for Levy, going down in the first 8 minutes without really seeing possession against the likes of Tekkz is a very difficult mountain to climb, because we praise Tekkz on his attacking play, his skill moves. However, his defensive capabilities, in my opinion, might be one of the best, not just in the scene now, that we've ever seen. He dictates the game, the tempo, and of course, from our experience playing him as well, it's a tough hill to climb when you go down by even one.
Here comes Levy, teases the play a lot. There's Cafu, still nearly $1 million coins. Come back, so easy.
Oh, Levy.
And just like that, Levy will equalise the game.
I jinxed it, saying it's tough to come back. Levy's, yeah, that cancel there. Hopefully be able to see it in the replay with Cafu. Cancel play lock, and then that pass there, the step over, which we saw, passing it back, an easy finish, Mbappe. And Levy gets back into the game.
You could just see it though, couldn't you, Ryan? There was a moment where Tekkz thought he was going to pass the ball, but just took the extra touch, and it made all the difference.
In fairness, I thought Tekkz read it well in terms of the play lock cancel. He didn't get baited by it, he didn't move a defender out of position. But again, when you have that many options going forward, you attack down the byline, you recycle it inwards, you're always going to find that space one way or another, and that's exactly what Levy done.
You mentioned how good Tekkz was defensively, Ryan. As we know, he went unbeaten in the qualifier, went 5-0 in the Swiss rounds. He only conceded 10 goals. He was one of the best defenders. Believe it or not, the best defender out of this group was actually Levy. Only conceded 8 goals in those Swiss rounds. They did play against each other, as we said, in round 5 of that competition. This is a rematch between the two names. Long ball over the top, just offside. 25 minutes played here. Keep in mind, for those that haven't been following the FC Pro Open, 9-minute halves is what we're playing. Just one and done.
I think both
stage matches.
Both fullbacks for Levy, I believe, are on overlap. Or maybe that the left back was triggered based on the overlap. I mean, based on the triggered run.
Cafu finds Valverde. This is great from Levy. He's building up perfectly well. Modric fancied a crack here from good 25+ yards.
Look at the space. You can just see it every single time. The pass is on over the top. Watch the triggered run as well with Valverde. Space to recycle.
Shots to come in, maybe. Hansen matches up again with Rio Ferdinand, who has been superb at the back. 1, 2, 3 times there. He's, in my eyes, a very sensible and a smart buy. One of the few English icons, Ryan, that when I do pack them, I'm pretty happy with Rio Ferdinand.
Yeah, the rest of them, yeah.
It's Bobby Moore. It's going back into the next one.
Bobby Charlton you take?
Oh, I mean, I packed him.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Ivan Cavallaro and Calvin Phillips are the 2 FC Pro items. Have I invested in any of them?
Yeah, that's my question.
No.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't either. I just felt it was too hard to call as the ball from Tekkz whipped in clearance.
Do you know what the best thing about this group is, though? Tekkz's item is the only one that's worth coins right now. I think he's between about 130 to 150,000 coins as it currently stands in the market for Phillips. Everybody else in this group is about 15k, 15 to 20k. So if you are watching now and you fancy picking up some FC Pro items in the group that could be upgraded tonight, don't hang about and get spending those coins.
So the controlled sprint there from Tekkz, utilising it with Cancelo and Davigina. Loses possession though. Good defending from Levy. I think he's come into this game, Levy, a lot more after conceding. I thought maybe in those games when you play against Tekkz, it's very easy to lose your head and the game plan goes out the window, but he's done well to keep composure, created a few more chances. Could argue that he potentially could even scored another.
Well, a quick update across the row. We heard that Fouma was leading by a goal to nil. There's been a goal back in that for Obrun. Top 4 back-to-back in the last 2 World Finals. One of the most consistent players in this scene. Finds a way back into the tie, an important goal for him.
Yeah, very important. I'll be honest, I think both Obrun and Fouma are underrated in the scene. I think the community, or the pro players and those who are very familiar with the community, they know how good they are, but the general consensus is you'd probably favour Tekkz and Levy on paper.
I just think in the nicest way to Obrun as well. Superb player, great guy as well off the pitch. He has won the Serie A, but he hasn't won a big international tournament in terms of lifting silverware, really being seen on the big stage. Yes, he's been in the conversation with top 4s, as we said, in those World Finals. Good runs in tournaments such as the Champions League as well. Got a top 6 there. I just think he's missing the trophy, Ryan. You can maybe even argue the same for Levi De Weerd. Eredivisie winner, runner-up in the Nations finals in the summer. Yes, he was a back-to-back European champion during the online era of competitive FC action. But where maybe it wasn't offline and there wasn't a Champs Cup level of land victory, which comes with all the social media and all the backing with it. Maybe this didn't do
he's tucked back
as much for the Dutch player. Not taking anything away from him, because he did win that EA Sports Cup last year as well in a 2v2 format with Olilito. And has had some fine form in a series of online cups, building up into this one. Last chance really before we go into half-time. It is 1-1 in our opening game here in Group D. Tekkz did take the early lead with Mbappe, and it was Levy who could also find the back of the net.
Last attack.
The same score. Added time of 1 minute, 30 seconds has already been played.
Look at Theo.
He's off, but is he past Cafu? I don't think so. Back to the goalkeeper. That should do us for the first half here. Let's see if we can catch some closing stages between Fouma and Obrun. Well, we've just got a quick second or two. I don't think this one is anywhere near half-time yet. 30 minutes on the clock in this one, Ryan, but, I mean, the scoreline is the same. It's 1-1 over here.
Yep, it is. We were obviously just coming into it, realising, also viewing the equaliser from Obrun.
Just to
That's onside. Oh, it's just off my mistake.
Your thoughts as well. The French community right now is thriving.
Yep.
I mean, Fouma's been the sort of leader in it now, but if you look at the recent Cash Cup that took place at the weekend, I think the top 2 on one side of Europe was Lex and Yasko. Both from France, both representing French football clubs, will be involved in the French League 1 in January. They are loving FC at the moment.
Yeah, I think that might be one of, if not the toughest nations in terms of the... Hold on a second, I thought there was going to be a chance there. In terms of the amount of pro players that are on the top level, at the top level.
And the up. To play out from the back. It's a bit of a wrestling match, this one, isn't it? Got a favourite type of wrestling?
Sumo wrestling, maybe?
Can't personally say I'm a fan, but each to their own. Here's a chance, back to goal. Finding a way through. Obviously, there is a Mystery Nation up for grabs tonight as well. I can imagine there's a lot of people are wondering what it is going to be. I mean, stay watching, stay listening, and I'm sure you'll find out What that'll be as the night unfolds. Back to Tekkz against Levy. 1-1 on the scoreline here, as we said, opening game. I mean, if both games were to be a draw, Ryan, it would certainly shake things up.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. As we said, we saw them already 2-1, Tekkz winning in the Swiss format. And, oh, am I going to jinx it? I have. Wow. I'm shocked that went in. I'll be honest, I'm surprised that went in. It could have been blocked, it could have been saved. But Levy takes the lead right on cue, as we were talking about potential goal score. We're going to see a replay of it. Modric into Valverde, a driven pass. But you know what? That might be the goalkeeper selection there, you know.
Yeah?
I'll be honest, come on. You saved that, Brandon.
I mean, I often joke and, call me Agnan Minan.
She would have saved that.
She might have saved that. This could be a great opportunity or not to bring in Casey, teammate of Tekkz. I mean, commentators curse from former Man City eSports pro, Ryan Pessoa. Casey, welcome to the commentary desk. Tekkz 2-1 down.
I mean, I wasn't expecting it. I thought this one was going to end in a draw, which it definitely still could, but they're so evenly matched that but Levy turned it up. After that first goal, it's he needed that fire under him to get back into this game.
Yeah, the thing is with these two, when they played multiple times, whether it's in tournaments or online cups or just practicing. So in terms of the play style, there's sort of a familiarity there, and also they know that when one person takes the lead, that player is more often than not going to slow the pace down, dictate the tempo. It turns into, dare I say, even like a snooze fest. There's not going to be too many chances either way, and I think, yeah, I'm pretty certain if Levy keeps possession, it will get possession. He's going to be trying to keep it. That's the ball over the top there. Socrates, maybe that's why he's in the team, the height in the box.
I think on top of that as well, Casey, look, in terms of competitive FC this year, Tekkz hasn't lost a game yet still. 7-0.
He's literally undefeated. He's gone through everyone, including his own teammate. You know how hard that must be?
Yep.
And so he's done it all. And I talked to him backstage. He was ready for this competition, and he's confident too. So this is a surprising first game for him.
Obviously, you've been able to interview and speak to a lot of the players, Casey. Who would you say, based on their approaches coming into this, in terms of confidence, would you say Tekkz is the most confident, or have you spoken to Levy or Obrun?
No. Interesting one, Fouma. I was talking to him backstage. I think he's a little bit underrated of a player.
Yep,
but he's
agreed.
like, I feel amazing going into this. I'm confident. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, Stingray said as well, he's coming in a rich vein of form, practicing well. As Stingray said, word for word, smashing everybody. So if Fouma manages to keep that form into today, he'll definitely have a great chance of finishing top two. A great ball over the top there from Tekkz.
Speaking of Tekkz, looking to find a way through. There's the step overs from Ginola. Again, it's another block at the back from Virgil van Dijk.
Good defending. He could have easily stepped in there and pressed circle there to lunge, but he was composed.
I think if you look at Fouma, when he came through the qualifiers and the games he played, he beat Nicholas. He stopped Nicholas from getting into this tournament. Big 5-3 win in the knockout stages. On his way to qualifying for this one. 3 times E-League 1 winner as well. Has been the forefront of French competitive FC over the last couple of years. There's Socrates again. Who has been the interesting pick for.
Look at him again.
Tekkz, he's going to continue his run all on his left-hand side. That's a case of working into the box. Great feet, there's the one more pass. Hansen on the finesse! And it's matched up with a great save from Schmeichel. Quick corner to come in. Tekkz trailing 2-1 on the volley, maybe. At the back post for Van Dijk, who'll head it back across. Very brave and very composed from Levy just to pull himself out of that.
Fair enough. That composure there, wow. Fair play, Levy. I think she's in. She's in.
There is 2 players, Casey, that, no surprise, every player has gone for throughout this drafting process. 4 million coins of the investment. Mbappe and Ginola. They're in every single draft. Levy! Proving why. David Ginola is in every single player's draft. 3-1 he leads.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. They're 2 of the best items in the entire game. And some might say, do you really want to spend all those coins on them? I mean, look at this gameplay. You do.
Ginola.
Yep.
Best hero in the game?
Yeah, I would say so. You've obviously got Lucio Yaya Toure as well. You see there, the goalkeeper movement wasn't enough to stop that shot at the near post. Levy 3-1 up now.
Goal coming in from the other game as well. It's from Fouma of FC Lorient. Perfect start to the second half from him. We said about Ginola, Casey. Ginola strikes again.
I mean, I think that he could be the MVP of this entire tournament today. I'd like to see a total at the end of the day, how many goals he has for everyone.
He sort of feels like a bit of a safe bet as well, Ryan, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel as if because he links to Mbappe as well, and you can only get 2 players from the same league, it's sort of a given that he'd probably choose him and Mbappe to link together, get a better chemistry on Mbappe as well, which is always a priority when building the squad. It's given away from Tekkz.
Would we say that's the most important league, would you say, in this draft in restrictions? Casey, would you say League One tops the Premier League, which feels weird to say, but if we're talking about Mbappe and Ginola, it sort of is.
I think so. When you're talking about attackers, you need people to come in and score goals, and when 2 of them are from the same league, you have to show how important they are.
I thought it was going to play over the top there. Pause cued as well. 20 minutes left to go.
Hernandez just every time.
I think maybe why Tekkz has chosen this, obviously 3-star or 4-star skill moves compared to the regular item in game, has 3 stars, so maybe that could help offensively as well. Giving away possession.
Handsome could have a gift here. Mbappe, there's a one more pass if he needs it, he doesn't. It was brave to go on his own with Mbappe, but you cannot forget how important the French forward is. Every time it ricocheted off his chest. He knew nothing about that one, but it was here. There could have been a moment where an extra pass could have been played, but Tekkz didn't panic. Big, big, big goal. And with how long these halves are, Casey, there's still so much time to unfold.
So much can happen in this amount of time. 9 minutes, I cannot imagine having to play. Imagine that for Weekend League. I don't know how they do it. They have to stay calm, cool, collected this entire time.
Yeah.
They do it well.
I think you're with Brandon in the, was it 8 wins maybe?
Okay, I get 11 wins. 11? Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, that's not that.
Yeah. Respect 11 wins.
It brings up the average compared to what Brandon's on.
He was trying to defend me there, Ryan. We're into a pause as it stands. Let's quickly wait as we jump back into this one. Tekkz looking to make a couple of changes as we jump back in. 3 goals to 2. Tekkz is trailing. Levi De Weerd getting a lot of support in the chat as well. Martin at home. Have to keep in mind the form that he's been on inside the Eredivisie as well. Does represent Club Ajax in that traditional league format. Tortman has one before, and just getting those reps in. I think at the moment although he's not been playing in this FC Pro Open week after week after week, Ryan, every Tuesday he's been getting reps in. He's been playing his sweaty 16 on Thursday nights. He's been playing online cups too. There's just so much opportunity for him to get practice in.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, he's putting practice to perfection so far. Again, though, that goal stems from a mistake, and in my opinion, those are the worst goals to concede in these moments, especially when the clock's ticking down. You're up by 2. We know the cliche statement, 2 goals are the most dangerous leads to hold, but when you give away a goal that easily from a mistake, it's tough. It is very, very tough to concede. Dest off the bench in at left back.
He was one of those potential super subs I did see featuring a couple of these drafted squads. There's De Bruyne. Does he fancy a shot? No, we tried to punch it into the feet of Ginola.
Seeing a lot of possession gifted away by Levy there, which is very unlike him. Musiala's in here.
Musiala waiting for a pass. There's Ginola. Does he need one more? Back to Mbappe. Looks for the step over exit. Teo Hernandez is there, only as far as Valverde on the opposite side. Levy still looking for a way through.
He had that pass, the driven pass into Neymar. I don't think the space he expected to have that much time.
What a turn, Mbappe, somehow.
Pen. Yeah.
Oh, he goes down! Further down into the book. And Tekkz potentially on the receiving end of a 4-2 scoreline. Upstairs, Modric
saves it!
Bobby Agnan. Huge save from the French goalkeeper to keep the game alive. And this is where Tekkz can go down the other end and cause some mischief. This game sort of reminds me of that Neissat game.
I was just about to say that. Genuinely, the tackle as well was almost the same at the same moment here. This could give Tekkz the mental fortitude to push on. He's just saved the penalty. Honestly, if there's one way for you to get back into the game, this is a perfect moment. 10 minutes left to go.
This is giving me Didi flashbacks. Hansen. Into the box. There's Tekkz. It's a gift. Michael.
What?
With a huge save.
Oh my
Still 9 minutes left on the clock here. Tekkz still trails 3 goals to 2.
Post.
Towards the back post.
Good keeper movement.
Ferdinand could have been from 0 to hero.
Wow, that movement there, not from the save, I mean from the corner there. The save, I'm not sure if there was any goalkeeper movement, but wow, you'd expect that to hit the back of the net, and that would have been one way to equalize, but wow, that is, I'm lost for words.
My heart is beating so fast right now. Also, saving a pen is the best thing to give you. Yes, but it's also the biggest confidence boost that you could ever get, and it can shift momentum just like that.
Yep, agreed.
Well, you saw from Tekkz then, he scored on what would have been the perfect counter-attack. Tekkz is still not done here. Last 5 minutes.
All right, guys, I have to jet out. Enjoy the rest of the match.
Thank you, Casey. She'll be back throughout tonight.
That's on. That's on. It's on.
Oh, there could have been a penalty shout. Very quickly, let's jump across. There's been a goal in the other game. Obrun against Fouma. Which way has that goal gone? It's an equaliser for the Italian of Exeed and Hellas Verona. Coach Hollywood's by his side as always. As we jump back to this one, which is going to finish just before. Keep in mind, if it does end as a draw, it'll be a point apiece, and we will be moving on to round 2.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Of group play. Modric does get fortunate there to win that ball back.
Good turn.
Now this is where Levy can be really smart. Does he need to fall into the trap of scoring another goal? No, he doesn't. Wins a corner instead. And into a pause we shall go. Ryan Pessoa, is there enough time? Is there another chance in this one for Tekkz?
The thing is, there's only a minute left of regulation time, plus, of course, you've got added time. In 9-minute halves, it genuinely feels like that's a long time. We're going to take a look at the penalty miss. It stems here, a driven pass, Mbappe with that little flick. He takes an extra touch, Tekkz does press tackle, and Mbappe goes to ground.
What is that flick from Mbappe there?
I think it's
flying.
I don't know if he's done that by... It might have been by purpose, I'm not sure. But Modric, a step to the left from Tekkz, bottom corner, was saved. And this was a chance straight down the other end here. Great build-up here, composure. This shot is so lucky to rebound, but you have to score. It's so... He knows it. You can see the grimace on his face, the reaction, he knows it. That's a key moment in the game.
Very quickly, let's jump back.
I think it's another pen.
Oh no!
It's Rio.
Oh, Rio, you could be going off the pitch here.
Oh, that one's, yeah, you can't do much about that
Levy
one.
with a chance to go 1 goal to the good, he will. And it looks like Team Hullet, after what was not a week to remember last week in the FC Pro Open with world champion Manny Bashir, will be off on the right foot tonight.
That stem there from the McGeady cancel there, the R1 controlled sprint. Does he press tackle? I think so. It's a penalty. Don't get me wrong. And then Tekkz staying down the middle. Levy putting it top left corner. 4 goals to 2. He's made that penalty count this time. And it's almost certain, Brandon, where almost guaranteed, I should say, is Levy 3 points to the good after the first set of fixtures. It's a great start.
Perfect start for Levy. Looks like he's on his way to 3 points. That will be Ivan Cavallero getting an upgrade tonight as well. He will be moving. It won't be Calvin Phillips's rating that will be moving just yet tonight. Remember, 1 win will put the item up by 1. Full-time results are coming with just added time of 2 minutes on the clock. But from 1-0 down in what was a really aggressive start in this game, Ryan, from Tekkz, to win 4-2, to weather the storm from Tekkz. Huge 3 points in what is such a difficult group.
Absolutely. 3 points can go a long way. I believe Casey said it as well. I would predict there to be a lot of points shared in this group. But that is the end of the game. Levy victorious, 4 goals to 2. We still have the other game going on between Obrun and Fouma. We left it at 2-2. Hopefully we're able to go live into that game.
Well, I believe there is 3.5 minutes left in that game. We'll go into it as soon as we can now. This is live.
Guitarian.
Fouma against Obrun. It is Fouma kicking from left to right in the FC Lorient strip. The French league side that he has represented for quite some time now, and I mean, if you look at the results they've had, they have been the most dominant football club in terms of esports, football esports that is. Winning the E-League One, what feels like year after year after year. Here we go then. Fouma looks like the last chance in this one. We'll be seeing an upgrade to high-end or Makengo. Or Obrun instead looks to play this one out with the last chance of the game. Bompasta.
Oh my goodness, I thought the pass was aimed there to Thuram in behind. It would have been, and here it is.
Here is Thuram. Cuts it back, Bompasta, Ginola!
What?
Puts it wide!
Nah, come on. Nah, that's crazy. Wow.
Some will say that's a huge let off for Fouma. Obrun might even be sitting there thinking, how have I not taken 3 points from that game?
Oh, sorry.
Let's have a look at it again.
What? Does he red time it? He doesn't. Nah, come on, man. Let's be serious, man. He doesn't. Fair play for that reaction. Fair play. He's shadowboxing. I tell you, Brandon, I can't. You're telling me he missed that?
David Ginola, of all people.
That's crazy. Wow. That is. Oh, I'm looking at Stingray across there. He knows. He's laughing because, oh my. That's a crazy miss.
Anyway. We'll move it on. We've got more games tonight. Full-time result there across the board. She was with us in the commentary booth. I believe she's down there on the studio floor with someone potentially of Levy. Let's head over to Casey.
Here with Levy after that massive win versus Tekkz. How does it feel to take down someone like Tekkz?
Yeah, good, obviously. He also beat me in the Swiss stage. So now it's time for revenge, I think. But yeah, obviously it's just 3 points. It's still a very long way. I still have to play Obrun, Fouma and Tekkz today. And if I don't get any other points on the board, this win wasn't really worth that much. But obviously Tekkz, one of the best, maybe some people say the best player in the world. To beat him obviously feels good.
And then you quickly went down in the first half by a goal. How did you switch your mentality? And obviously you had momentum going for you.
Yeah, I went down pretty quick, like I think it was the 8th minute or something, and I didn't really touch the ball until then. So I just knew I would get my chances because he got a few bounce backs, then he scored a good goal, but I just didn't get the chance to get possession. And yeah, then obviously you start with a 1-0 behind, but yeah, the game is 9 minutes 2 times, so it's still very long when it's the 8th minute. I know I'm gonna get my chances, then got a pen to score 4-2, missed that one. Then played it out pretty well, got another pen, scored that one to seal the deal.
Insane game to watch. Next up, you have Obrun. Good luck in that one. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Great to hear from Levy there. Myself and Pi are going to be breaking down some of the, well, one key moment in that game. Before we get there, Pi, you're watching from the sides. Were you surprised with Tekkz sort of being in the winning position and then Levy managing to bring it back?
Yeah, especially with how good Tekkz's game management is. It's kind of a very sort of slow, controlled style, but got to give props to Levy. He played very, very well. And
just before yeah. we get into this, I just want to give you a live graphic at home of Pi faces Calvin Phillips Investments, because it was going like this, really solid. Tekkz then started losing, and they came down.
And then I saw Mbappe miss a sitter, and I cried even more.
Let's have a look at Levy's goal to put him in front. This is 2-1, and I want to highlight a couple of things why Levy is on the pro stage and we're just looking at it. Firstly, the player locks.
Yeah.
The player lock cancels. He clicks it and then clicks off it. We'll just stop it there before we move this clip on. The player lock is something I'm going to guess you don't do.
Yeah, no, I unfortunately lack the ability to be able to do that, but I guess that's what makes these guys so good. And the fact that he can do that cancel in that split second, it's just ridiculous.
The reactions is incredible.
Very impressive.
We can see this clip play on because there's 2 more sort of key moments that I want to highlight. Firstly, as Mbappe turns just here, we'll pause it, we'll go on a fraction more, just a fraction more, please. And now, in my opinion, Van Dijk should be blocking that.
Yeah, before, I think he's done really well to get there, then he's almost gone too far. And I think if he's not blocking that, you're going to be disappointed, right?
And he's powered it up. You can see the circle press.
Yeah.
He's gone in. I think that's a little bit harsh.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I think it's a little bit harsh. We can see how the ball goes into the back of the net. Mbappe smashes it. And the third thing, Mike. We talked about him before the game. Mike Mignon, as we say it. A better keeper saves it?
I think Van der Sar might get there. It's still a cracking finish, but as you say, if your VVD isn't blocking that, I think you are going to be disappointed.
Let's just watch it one more time. Mbappe putting the ball in the back of the net. Should he have gone better, the goalkeeper? Let us know in the chat at home. Should he save that, yes or no? I think yes, Pi thinks no. Frankie, back to you.
Thank you very much, boys. And one round is down, but only one player has the top 3 points, and that is Levi De Weerd with a monumental victory over Tekkz, 4-2. Meanwhile, in our other booths, Obrun, Fouma levelling it out 2-2. So Obrun continuing that trend of our invited players by drawing his first game, as we saw Manu Bashore and PH Zin do earlier this month. However, who is he going to follow the trend of? Will he manage to take some wins now like PH Zin did in Group B? And don't forget, the longer you watch the broadcast tonight, the more you're in line to receive rewards in the game, including XPs and packs. So be sure to link your EA account to your Twitch or YouTube account to get your viewership rewards. We have one more player from the global qualifiers to make his debut in the FC Pro Open. 4 wins to 1 loss in Swiss and then 1 loss to Falcons teammate Abu Makr in the playoffs to then qualify. Can the one-offs upset the stakes here as he makes his debut? You'll find out after this break.
PlayStation.
Welcome back to the FC Pro Open live from London. And this week in Ultimate Team is a good one. We've got Euros content, La Liga Pundit Picks SBC, Team of the Group Stage, Player SBCs, and the Eredivisie Player of the Month. And my player of the desk right now is Mr. Pieface. You made a welcome return. I'm learning so much from you, particularly that apparently there's this superstition around passionate items.
Yeah,
and some items you're just like, nope, not passionate enough. Zidane, not passionate enough.
Yeah, it's real. There are certain players, I think, that have that place for the badge heart, and you need those items in the game. They may not be the highest rated, but what they do have is spirit, and that's important.
So what of the SBCs are you currently looking at? What are you going to be doing this week in FC?
Well, I'll tell you something, the La Liga Pundit pick could be exciting, because the last time we had Anthony Gordon, and he was a nice cheap SBC, and I do like that card, so I'm not sure what the game is, but it's a little bit different. I always like an Icon SBC, a Challenge SBC, player picks. They're up my street.
You love a cheap item. You like to stockpile them. Let's see if your 7 Phillips go up in value. Right now, though, let's head over to the breakdown board because Richard and Ryan are standing by.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that play style is. Play for the badge. Might have missed that one.
Division 7 somewhere.
Well, we're not talking Division 7. We're talking Fouma. You've had many battles with him. We've got a little bit of time, Ryan. Talk to me about Fouma. Firstly, why is he so good?
Yeah, I spoke about on broadcast how underrated I believe he is. I think the community don't really appreciate how good he has been in the previous years. I think this year is no different. I think he's unbelievable. But what separates him from me from other players is his play style. He doesn't necessarily dictate the tempo of games a lot of the time, but decisiveness on the counter-attack. You can trust him in front of goal. He's he's trustworthy. When he gets the opportunity to green time finish, which you saw against Obrun, he takes them.
He won 3 Ligue 1s in a row. He won the playoffs as well a couple of years ago. He has been on a rise that I think, as you said, community-wise, wider outside of just this space, hasn't been recognised. In particular, in his mechanics, what are some of the things that he does? When you've played against him, you've played against someone like Dossary, for example, who just suffocates you. Is it with Fouma, you know you can't make a mistake because you will concede?
Absolutely, especially defensively. We see with step overs being an effective speed boost. I think Fouma, for me, I would put him as the best, or one of the best, absolutely, but in terms of step overs and utilising space and making the most of those opportunities when they come.
Decisiveness?
Absolutely. Decisiveness is a key aspect, and that comes from green time finishing, shot choices, whether it's to round the goalkeeper or to shoot near post or cross goal. He always makes those count.
Well, we can have a look at one goal in particular that I have picked out from Fouma. This is from the Global Qualifier. And it was a goal that he scored against Nicholas, a player that is renowned. I just want to pause it there right away because, correct me if I'm wrong, the first touch that he took was straight towards the goal. You talked about decisiveness. He's not looking to go in here, down the line and look for a cutback.
Yep, exactly.
He's just going straight towards goal.
Yeah, as you said, he could have gone down the line and sort of made it, I wouldn't say
Are you going down the line?
It's a tough one. In this situation, it's difficult because there's many options you can take, but I feel as if coming inside slightly is a good option. You step inside too much, you can see Van Dijk's there, Koundé, he's going to lose possession. It gives the defender a bigger chance to get possession back. But here, he takes a touch to the side just enough to give him a shot in that goal.
Just watch it on at half speed, almost, because you talked about that split-second decision-making. Me, pause there. Before he takes this shot on, me, a lot of people at home, we're shooting across goal.
I think that's a common choice there.
Why does he shoot near post in this decision?
Near post is a tough one because I actually think Nicholas has done well in terms of moving the goalkeeper, but I don't think the goalkeeper movement is quick enough for him to cover the near post space. And you can see there is enough space there if you green time it near post to find the back of the net, and that is exactly what we'll see here.
Let's see the finish coming in from David Ginola. It's at the near post. It's green timed,
exactly,
as you said.
That's how he is.
No mistakes. That was the win. 4-3 the victory. He was struggling in his opening match against Obrun. Let's see how he bounces back now. Frankie against Tekkz.
I mean, I'll be interested to see if he manages to take the experience he's had so far on the stage and just elevate it, because it's so hard to get off the ground in that first match. However, we have seen Levy doing it. And next up, we're going to see Levy actually taking a break, because we're going to have Fouma versus Tekkz and the One-Os versus Obrun. Now that Obrun's got the wind under his sails, how do you think the One-Os is going to fare?
Well, it's his first game in this group, and as you know, it's the group of death. But I think the thing is for him, he's almost got no pressure to perform here, because you've got him kind of coming in as the underdog, and it'd be interesting to see how he fares up here. I think he might steal a point.
Well, Casey has stolen a certain Fouma. Now to find out how he's feeling about his second game.
Yes, I am with Fouma, as we're gonna, walk to your station. Fouma, good first round for you. You got the point. But next up, you have Tekkz. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling confident, like it's a game like the other, and I know that I can win, so I don't care if it's Tekkz or another player.
And one thing that we have noticed is that you are one of the calmest FC players in this competition. Do you think that's very important in this type of play?
Yeah, I think it's important to keep calm, and because it's very long, so I hope I can keep my calm all the tournament.
All right, well, you have Tekkz up next, so I'm going to let you go ahead and get situated. Back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Casey. And look, I think for Fouma, every time I speak to him, I just get the same tone from him.
Yep.
Winning or losing, same tone.
It's
either he doesn't like me, or it's just the same tone throughout. Great interview there, catching up before his big game. I mean, look, this one is going to be a special game, Ryan. As we said, we're going to be jumping into it soon.
Yep, exactly. As we said, it's a massive game. It's a game for both of these players to get their first win on the board, a good opportunity to do so, but it's not going to be easy. Tekkz coming off of that defeat. From Fouma's perspective, we only saw the last moments properly. He was fortunate, I could say the least, to not concede. So maybe that could affect his mentality coming into this, because technically he could have left with 0 points. He takes that 1 point into the next game, so maybe that could work in his favor.
Absolutely. As I said, we'll preview it more as we go through our match preview, which is brought to you by Herman Miller and their gaming chairs, which have been on display here at the FC Pro Open throughout the first 4 weeks. You have seen the players have the comfort of using those chairs. Make sure you head over to Herman Miller and check out their great range of gaming chairs today. Fouma v Tekkz. Here's a question for you, Ryan. If you get this, you're a genius. They've played once before in a competitive game. It was last year.
Yep.
Any guesses where and when?
Goodness.
I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it if I didn't look, so.
I actually don't know.
It was a European qualifier. I believe European qualifier number 2 they played. Fouma won 6-5. Again, that was an online game and an online tournament. There isn't a great deal in terms of pre-matches to go off, other than that these two have got incredible achievements individually.
Yeah, as you said, they've got a lot of accolades between them. Another game going on, Brandon. The one, first time we're going to see him today since qualification, where he made it here in the group of death. Up against Obrun, 2 point. Oh, he has 1 point,
What do you expect from the one-offs? Again, he's the player that is the underdog in this group, just because look at the facts. It's his first proper LAN getting here. Last year he competed, I think, in the Saudi EMBS, which is obviously the big virtual league over there. $7,000 in prize money. Just him getting his, guaranteed himself $10,000. Had to play against Abu Maka, former teammate, who he lost against in the build-up to this tournament. He comes into this in 2 ways, Ryan. Scared, or thinking, you know what? I can cause a few issues here.
Yeah, I don't think he should be scared. There's a reason he's here. He's qualified to merit. He wasn't just given the spot. He had to beat players along the way. He defeated his teammate, which is a tough thing to do. Of course, you have that friendship off the virtual pitch as well. So he has that experience of winning games where it might not feel like it's playing against a teammate or a friend is tough. It's very, very difficult. I've had that experience myself. But so he would have the mental fortitude to get past those moments. But he's up against Obrun, top 4 last year, top players. We see some of the stats on screen right now for Tekkz. 4 shots on target. He scored 2 goals. 52% possession in his first game, which is quite low, I'd say, Tekkz standards. But when you're playing against Levy, you expect the possession to be shared as well.
If there's one stat as well we can get on screen too, completely off topic, that man's prize earnings is ridiculous. I mean, look, he is still so young, Tekkz, but the money that man has won from competitive tournaments in the time he's been in this space is insane. To now be one of the greatest of all times, as many would call him. He's in a difficult situation now. Yes, he's lost his first game, but this is the group stages. You've just got to be in the top 2 by the end of your second week of play, which will be later in January next year. You just got to be in the top 2. And I said this on the preview at the start of the show. No one, in my opinion, goes through this group unscathed. You know, everyone's going to be dropping points.
Yep, I agree with you. As you said, I wouldn't be surprised if points are shared here as well. Genuinely, if another draw happens, every single game. I think the key is, what's benefiting Levy here is getting 3 points on the board will definitely go a long way. Not to say that that's a simple statement to make, but in this type of group here, just trying to pull away from the pack as early as possible is extremely, extremely beneficial, and it's going to be very difficult to do comparing to other groups, in my opinion.
And that's the live items which you can see on the screen right now. Fouma and Tekkz yet to upgrade their FC Pro live items. If you have made an investment, similar as we saw to our fellow friendly face in Pie Face, who put quite a lot of money into Calvin Phillips. There's still time. There is still time.
It's a long way to
for him to be upgraded. I mean, a long still time to be played there. 2-2 Fouma, as we said, drew against Obrun. For Tekkz, though, I mean, look, from what we've seen so far of him in FC Pro Open and FC Pro tournaments, it's his first defeat we've seen. He was flawless in the Open Qualifier, went 5-0, then was superb in the knockout stages, was one of the invited players into the tournament too, so didn't have to go through the European qualifiers. And now faces his match in what's a difficult Group D. Levi De Weerd winning 4-2. And currently sitting top of the group. He sits out of this round. As both games kick off here in round 2 of the group stage. Remember, we'll be playing 5 rounds in total across tonight before all of our players go into the holiday break.
Hopefully for Tekkz, he can start this game off as he did against Levy. Obviously scoring with one of his first attacks. He's building up here on the byline, driven past to try and recycle. He's gone for the finesse, just over the bar there from Hansen.
Cafu does well, just to bypass the ongoing runner. Kevin De Bruyne tries to get back to defend. As you and Richard were speaking about Fouma, how deadly is he? Just drives at you!
Yeah, listen.
And you've just got to somehow stop him.
Is that red? Is that a red time? I need to see that again because I need to see it again. It's Mbappe there, pace in behind there with the pace again, takes control and he red times it. And it's a crazy finish.
That's the security blanket that Mbappe gives you, Ryan.
Yeah, the goal, he makes the right choice in terms of shooting across goal, but to concede a red time shot is, you're always going to be annoyed. Whether it's an open goal or it's that in close proximity of the goal, you're going to be frustrated, but it's a bright start from Fouma. He gets the first goal to break the deadlock between him and Tekkz.
Sort of reminds you of that hero. Oh, what's he called? Oh, what's his name? Is he from like Japan or something?
Oh, the finishing in the box, Nakata. Yeah, very good.
Nakata, yeah. Don't know why that just caught my mind there. Just a player who's just been so unreliable at times to me in my Ultimate team.
Look at it. Just take a look here. Fouma with the pace. I don't know what it is. His players are just faster than everyone else's. I'm telling you, I don't. As Pieface said.
Oh my! It's a gift. Oh, it's offside.
As Pieface said with a passion, it's something you can't describe. But I'm telling you, there's something there, man.
Who is the player with passion in Fouma's team? All of them?
You'd think so. Absolutely everyone. In the speed, as we mentioned about, he loves using speed in his team. Something else that's pretty quick, Brandon. Bullet trains. So they got a lot of speed behind them.
Bullet trains?
Yeah.
What's that got to do with anything in this game? I mean, I know Mbappe's fast. Ginola does get pushed off the ball.
It's a good squeeze there from Tekkz.
Socrates finds Bellingham. That's Trailblazer Bellingham linking up well. The great thing that Tekkz does have, he just slows his attacks down, then bang, comes at you with such pace. Ginola looking to go around 1 or 2, 3 players. This is prime Tekkz. Just building and cooking up the perfect skill combos.
That's old school Tekkz there with the elasticals.
Towards that post, it flies. It is Van Dijk.
Oh, that's a great challenge. He was in. That's a massive, massive step there. I think that's... Is that on?
It's Mbappe again, just making life so difficult. Fouma!
I told you, this is it. Like, I promise
and Mbappe! Is it the French boost?
Honestly, there's something here. He just loves it. When that space opens up, Mbappe with the play look just about onside. There's no one that can catch him. He green times it across goal. Good goalkeeper movement from Tekkz. Wasn't rewarded in that instance, but the player switch.
But more importantly, Ryan, for those home, the step over.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone speaks about step overs being the best skill move. I always ask the players, what's the best skill move in the game? Step over, step over, step overs. It's normally Anders Vergang at the top of that list, but it's because it just gives you a little bit of a pace boost, doesn't it?
Yeah, you need it in front of goal, especially this year with the movement in possession. If you're not step overing into space, you're making a huge mistake. It makes a lot of opportunities that where you get caught, it sort of allows you to just take that extra step away from the defender. And as I said, Fouma's one of the best at doing that. A ball over the top there, utilising the play style.
And just to recall that again for those who basically when you do a step over, you just get a natural acceleration boost on your player, which as you saw there, Mbappe, we know he's already fast, we know he's already got 97 pace. But that little acceleration boost makes all the difference when he was pulling away there from Theo Hernandez and Virgil van Dijk. They just couldn't get near him. Speaking of the draft for Fouma, one of his unique players that does feature is Vinicius Junior. I mean, there is a budget to follow, Ryan. Vinicius Junior, surprising choice?
I wouldn't say so, no. I think, again, when Fouma has this certain play style, you can see, we've seen with the goals, we've seen with the chances created, you need pace in attack, and that is exactly what Vinicius Junior has. The 5-star skill moves as well. Tekkz builds up here, recycling possession.
Bellingham, De Bruyne, Hansen. Will run in to Lucio.
Chance to break. There's the pace of Hansen. Vinicius Junior's in support. No Mbappe this time.
And
penalty.
Have mercy.
It's 3 penalties that Tekkz has given away.
Rio Ferdinand again.
Already this evening. It could be 3-0 down in 25 minutes. Mbappe gets a hat-trick.
That is.
In 25 in-game minutes.
Whew.
But it's here, Ryan.
It's just the pace, it's the triggered run, the heavy touch from Hansen.
Also, it's just no nonsense from Fouma. I feel like he gets the ball.
He knows what he's doing.
He just drives and he's timing it green.
Yeah, he's a horrible player to play against because, again, he's not somebody that keeps tons of possession, but when he has it, he makes it count, and that moment is exactly what happened. Richie gets the penalty. He even green-timed the shot with Hansen. You don't know how that would have ended up, but yeah, it wasn't the perfect tackle there, timed by Rio Ferdinand.
Update in the other game, the one-off against Obrun. Where has the goal gone? It is the Saudi Arabian that leads by a goal to 0. Looking to shake things up in Group D.
Oh my goodness.
If that, I know we're early days, but if this all stays the same right now, this Group D is looking very, very interesting. You do not want to go away from this one. But just back to what we were saying, Ryan. He's just ruthless and relentless, Fouma. Tekkz needs a goal back here just to build some confidence and some hope.
Javella.
Bellingham finds the smallest of gaps to play Mbappe through. Mbappe looking to dance between a couple of players. There's another big win back for Tekkz there.
Very risky there, does well to get possession back, just about plays the pass perfectly through the space, win the space there to keep possession.
And as much as we are, complimenting Fouma offensively, Ryan, defensively, he's done all right.
Yeah, he has. He's made slight errors, but they haven't led to him conceding, so we're definitely happy with the way it's going. Mbappe in behind. Oh.
Here's Mbappe again, looking for another one. Trivelo! Oh my God. So quick as well.
I think with those situations, why it's hard to play against Fouma is the speed in behind. You're always cautious and jockey backwards, but then you leave the space for the extra pass inwards or the green time to Trivelo or green time finesse shots, which we've been seeing this year be very, very effective outside or inside the box.
Socrates finds Hansen. Ginola's onside. Tekkz desperate for a goal back in this one. Mbappe, Cancelo.
That's a crazy slide tackle in a bad way. I don't know if he's done that or because that is very risky. He's very lucky to have the shot blocked there. Tekkz still on the attack.
De Bruyne plays it deep. Is there a head back? Yes, there is. Hansen is there. Lucio.
The block
is in the way. Update from the other game. It is still the one-off that leads Obrun by a goal to 0 over there. 3-0 Fouma. Leading against Tekkz. Tekkz did lose his opening game against Levi De Weerd, so at the moment he could be on his way to 0 points from 6. Not the start.
The game is far from over. I know it seems it's a 3-goal. It's a long way back, but again, it's 9-minute halves. You're up against Tekkz. You can never be complacent. All it takes is one goal, and that momentum mentally can just shift.
Mbappe, step overs, Tekkz! Oh! How's he missed that one? I mean, you can argue about it being time green all you want, but that's Mbappe. It's got to be on target, Ryan.
I feel as if it was slightly away from goal, off balance. I do get it. The reason why it doesn't hit the target, especially if it's not green. But it's a sight of goal. It's not as clear cut as Tekkz would have liked. 42 minutes played. We're approaching half-time. Maybe Fouma keeps the ball for the last attack. Or is he going to go for another attack here? Mbappe down the line. Tekkz steps in.
Could be on for a fourth. Mbappe, Ginola. That one was time red. I mean, it's just such a difficult scoreline, isn't it, Ryan? And if it was to be 4 goals to 0, I mean, he's got a mountain to climb there. Some would even say the size of Mount Fuji. Oh, the ball goes out of play.
It's time for one last attack. He's tried to switch the play. That is very risky on the right foot of
He's got to make the most of this one.
It's got to be.
Mbappe has
It's got to be. Oh my goodness.
Mbappe cannot hit the target.
It's got to be.
2 huge chances. As Tekkz just falls back in his Herman Miller chair. I mean, you can understand the frustrations, Ryan.
Yeah, I understand that one more so than the one on the left foot. I do get it. This one, I would expect that to find the back of the net. I need to see, though, the replay if there's an opportunity to do so, whether it was green timed or anything. But yeah, there's still another game going on. The One-Us versus Obrun is still
there's a live chance.
1-0.
And there's a terrible miss.
Obrun again. Ginola letting him down.
From Obrun. At the moment, Zatmore, the coach of Tekkz, is writing in his book, let's get rid of Mbappe. And Hollywood, the coach of Obrun, is saying, let's get rid of Ginola. They've both been not reliable, to say the least, so far in tonight's matches. That is the One-Us leading by a 1-0 still against Obrun. A player who's been so consistent on the biggest of stages in tournaments. Top 4 in the last 2 World Finals. He's not taken any
bit of pace
nonsense on this one, though. Mbappe on his own couldn't quite squeeze that pass through. It's the first time tonight we've actually been able to see these items as well. Obviously, the One-Us being based out in Saudi Arabia with Twisted Minds has been given his pro item of Fabinho of El Ittihad. Has already had a +3 upgrade from his 84 gold item to the 87. Keep in mind that there will be more upgrades tonight if he was to win this game. Alphonso Davies will link him with Pateles. Last chance of the half. The One-Us looking quite comfortable at the moment, Ryan.
Yeah, he's looking to get this last attack there. Quick snappy passes, the player lock. Maybe he tried to go into the gap there, but he's still got it.
This is still on this.
He has to go forward.
We'll give you the update as we go into half-time there. We just went into half-time. He didn't miss anything. Do not worry. Back into this one. Fouma against Tekkz. 3-0 down, Tekkz trails. Mbappe to be a hero! Missed the start of a comeback, maybe. Mbappe finally hits the target. We'll see it get on the replay, Ryan, but it was about time that Mbappe could find the goal.
Yeah, exactly. The quick step over there into the space. Lucio player switch a little bit late, and it's a shot across goal. Green time, and Tekkz is back into the game. 3-1.
And it's safe to say the good luck charm of Tekkz has arrived in Pieface. Pie, welcome onto the commentary desk again.
Thanks, mate.
I mean, it's not been a pretty first half from Tekkz, but look, there's still a lot of time, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a deserved goal, especially with that Mbappe miss at the end of the first half there. He has had a lot of chances that I'm surprised he's not taken. I mean, Fouma, I think, deservedly leading, but I think 3-0 was a little harsh at half-time.
If Mbappe wasn't in the target for you at home in Champs,
the controller's got... Yeah, that's, do you know, that was what I was saying earlier about the price of those players. In those scenarios, you just don't expect them to miss, and especially for what you're paying, you know?
For the coins you pay, Ryan, you expect goals.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I sort of feel empathy for the second one. The first one, it's on the weak foot, doesn't green time it. The second one, though, for me, should be a goal.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I know you're the pro, and I'll always listen to you, Ryan. It's just, it's in those scenarios where you're sort of 6-7 yard box and those players miss. Oh, yeah, it's always painful.
Especially on the opposite side when you've seen Fouma score from a red time. You're thinking, come on.
I completely forgot about that. Yeah, that's one. No, in fairness, I get it. I do get it.
I mean, you are the man that has invested in Calvin Phillips.
I sold a few in the first half. I've lost loads. I panic sold.
Hello. Ferdinand, careful.
I believe in a comeback here, though. I don't know.
You're sensing it. You're his lucky charm. You're here. As soon as you step foot, he scored.
Yeah, that's a good sign, I guess.
And as soon as he bought Calvin Phillips, it went down.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Tekkz or Fouma yet to have their FC Pro Live item upgraded yet. A win would do that for either player. Ginola. Vinicius Jr., brilliant feat from the Brazilian. One of the unique picks that is in Fouma's team. It's a long ball forward.
Hernandez on it.
Speaking of the icons in the team, Pi, if you were obviously drafting your own squad, which we have seen today, who would be maybe the third icon. If you could have an extra icon in the team, who would you have gone for?
Oh, do you know, I think Torres is one of those cheap strikers that I'm a big fan of. I think he's a little bit underrated. I always like those kind of icon items that are not necessarily the ones that people look at. Xavi's another one I quite like to use. He's only 100. Do you know, I know you're laughing, right? Because I know you're a pro, right? I've got an untradeable Hullet. I packed an untradeable Hullet.
Xavi's ahead of him.
Who's obviously ridiculous. They both play. And Hullet's always going to play. Oh,
good defending. Very good defending.
The last time I saw you use Xavi Pie was in an SBC.
Yeah, I promise you, it's just most people just throw him, but his passing's so good.
Yeah, the tiki-taka playstyle plus. That step over could have been beautiful there.
Who's the other icon? Woman icon. Is she out of budget? What's
Mia Hamm?
No.
Sawa?
Yeah, where's she from?
Japan.
But she'd probably be a bit expensive, wouldn't she?
Yeah, I think she's come down a little bit in price, but still one of the top items to use in midfield.
I was going to say, how is German missing that? I packed her yesterday, actually. She's like 800k. I'm not joking. At Sauer.
You packed Sauer yesterday?
Yeah.
He packed R9 as well.
Yeah, I'm on a lucky streak.
Untradeable. How many coins is that?
9.8 million. Well,
9.8 million.
Yeah.
But was he tradable? Or?
Yeah, tradable. My Hullet was my road to glory untradeable. I've made him red.
Yeah, sickening, I'll be honest.
I don't deserve it. I'm not good enough for it, but
poor you, Pie, getting untradeable Hullet.
I know, mate. I like that. Do you know? I always say that I like having them like that because you just got to use them and they're so good.
Yeah.
I had to sell R9. I just thought I'd take the coins.
An update in our other game for those that are wondering. It's 1-0 still to the One-Os. Obrun. 1 point on the board so far. Drew against Fouma. Right, what we're seeing from Tekkz from a set piece. It goes in to the path of Socrates. I mean, this is where subs can play a big part today as well, Ryan. I mean, with all the restrictions we're looking at, obviously 2 players from the same league, it doesn't leave you with all the best options off the bench. I did see a couple of like Bundesliga, Serie A players that could come on.
Yeah, there's not too many options off the bench. I think a lot of players might have Neymar in the.
Yeah, he's a good shout.
It's a great ball.
Ginola for one more.
Oh, that was nice.
That is nice.
Speaking of one more, it was all about the one more skill move. Just to get around the goalkeeper. And Mike Miagnan is just left to sit on the floor. We'll see it again now.
Oh, that's so cold, isn't it?
This pass here. He's triggered the run. He knows exactly what he wants to do. Falls into the space. Rios committed. Maybe Van Dijk could get there, you could argue. What would you think? I don't know. It's a tough one because he does read the space. He sort of reads where he's going to go. But
he has 2 defenders round him, but it's just the animation.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I'd be annoyed if I conceded it, but if I was in the offensive position, I'd expect to score it as well. It's like that sort of grey area where it's a tough situation, but Tekkz leaves himself down 4-1. Again, there's still time. I know that sounds crazy. I don't know what the exact moment in the game was on a minute. I believe it's around the 70th minute or so, but we've seen crazier comebacks. And if there's anyone that's ruthless in front of goal to come back into games, it is Tekkz.
It's a 9-minute house, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's mental because it's a lot longer.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's when you're like on the sidelines when I'm watching the games as well, and you almost think, Jesus, there's so much time there. I mean, 68 minutes. That's almost a whole half, really, in normal sort of gameplay terms left.
I mean, regardless of the outcome there, Tekkz is one of the only players that has gone for Mike Mayon of AC Milan. I mean, we can look at it all day and we can debate it, guys. Still an 87 rated goalkeeper, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not a favoured option in goal. I think maybe it's hard. We'd have to get the reasoning behind it from Tekkz. Maybe because he links to Theo Hernandez at left back, or obviously 2 leagues. You have your 2 icons already in Rio and Socrates, so maybe you can't go. Obviously, you can't go for Schmeichel, you can't go for Van der Sar, you can't go for Alisson because you have De Bruyne and Van Dijk. So it's a weird one. I don't know who else he could use.
As you said, 2 league restriction and the squad building rules this week has shaken up a lot of these teams, although they've been given a 9 million coin budget. For example, if you were to use Yaya Toure as a hero from the Premier League, you can only use 1 other Premier League player. Hence why Ginola and Mbappe have been the most popular 2 from the French League. What a ball that could be. Finds Cafu, 1 more, Mbappe!
Yeah, it's liquid.
It's
Who
beautiful
gets
football.
the 4th?
Fair enough, it's liquid.
Beautiful football.
5-1, Fouma leads as he looks to go top of the pile in this group. 4 points from 6. Cafu with a one more pass. And he just hasn't put a foot wrong in this game.
It's a beautiful goal. Pathways can agree as well. Just the passing, the utilising of the space that's opened up. And it's 5-1 to Fouma. We have a goal in the other game, Brandon.
I tell you what, I did not expect this. I will put my hands up now. The one-os.
Boy, come on, man. I don't know what it is. I love it. The underdog.
No, it's brilliant. I said on the desk with Frankie, he's got no pressure on him, I feel like, in this group.
Zero. I wanted to mention that earlier. Do you think, well, for me anyway, I think that works sometimes in your favour. Tekkz on the attack here, movement at the near post. Goalkeeper manages to get back in time, green time, but it's a good save.
I mean, it's just such an interesting story for the one-os. I mean, if you just look at the tournament run he's had, only started competing back, what, 2 years ago now back? Last season, I mean, you look at the accolades as a top 8 in the EMBS, the Saudi Premier League over there. He lost to Abu Makka. Then this year comes in, qualifies, had to go through the online qualifiers, comes through where we have to say there was loads of representation from the Middle East, including the UAE on top of that too. Went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds, went through to the knockouts. This is where he got a tough run. Had to play against his teammate, MUA 14. Beat him, played Abu Makka, lost that, went down to the lower bracket and then qualified his way to get here today. Found himself in such a difficult group. But at the moment, he doesn't care. He's on his way to beat Obrun tonight.
Yep, had to go through the gauntlet to get here. I mentioned how he's a heavy underdog. I'll be honest, not many people we might have would have given him a glimmer of hope. But he's proving everybody wrong. Tekkz here can't find the space in the box. 10 minutes left to go. It's going to be... We've seen comebacks, but 4 goals in 8 minutes is... Yeah, it's going to be a massive stretch. I'll be honest, I don't see it.
The one thing that helps him here, potentially, Pi, is that he does sit off the next game. I know he's lost his first 2 games, but he's got a game off now just to recompose, look back, and just have a tiny bit of a breather.
Yeah, and I think arguably he may have played his 2 hardest games, but as we can see in the other game with the Wallace, I have got my eye on that game. He nearly went 3-0 up there, so fair play to him as you were saying that. So that's the advantage he's got. He's got some time to chat to his coach, come back. I say arguably, I mean every game in this group is going to be tough, but considering who he's played so far, I am surprised at the scoreline, but you've got to give credit to Fouma. Like, his passing and movement has been fantastic in this game, and he's not, apart from the first half where Tekkz did have some chances, in the second half he's not had much apart from that there, as we say. But it's too little too late, I think.
Yeah, consolation. It's going to be just to retrieve some of the goal difference back from Tekkz. Doesn't mean too much, you can tell with this celebration. Cutting back with Hansen, finessing it to the far post.
Oh, it's getting worse, by the way, in our other game. If you're an Obrun fan of the Italian, there seems to be a little bit of a curse at the moment for players that have auto-qualified into the FC Pro Open, that only one of them so far has showed that level of class, and that was PH in. Obrun is on his way to a 3-0 loss against the one-os in Group D.
Boy.
As it currently stands in this group, it will look as follows. Fouma, 4 points, top of the tree. Levi De Weerd on 3. As we know, 3 points on the board. Also going the way of the one-os. And it will be Tekkz on 0 points. Obrun on 1 point. There is still more games to unfold, of course there is. But still, what have we learned about the FC Pro Open, Ryan? You need to get points. You need to take points into the winter break.
Absolutely, it's just a great reverse elastico. That's disgusting. Yeah, green time, top corner. See ya, 6-2. That is Pi. That's a great goal.
Yeah, mate. It's just with your reaction there, like looking at you, Ryan loved it.
That's a dirty reverse.
No,
elastico.
honestly, I really enjoy being on here because when you get the sort of obviously we chat a lot about it sort of off camera about like the pro insight and that way. I mean, how hard is that to do, that move and together combo?
I think once you get to the grips of understanding how to use the skill move, it's just about obviously utilizing it in the right moments. He's done it perfectly there. The space opened up, manages to get past the defender and score another goal. The green time finishing. Do you green time yourself or?
No. Again, it's just something that I think, I say I'm too lazy to learn, you know? It's something I probably should learn, but yeah. I don't.
I'm sure there's a chat full of people every Friday night saying, Pi, just learn to time your finishes.
Yeah, I know, mate. I think I need to learn skill moves and how to do whip crosses properly first before I get to that level.
Well, it looks like we're in for a full-time result here. Fouma, 6-2 win over Tekkz. A huge result from the French player. And I mean, that just sends one statement. There's also a bigger statement that's being sent to this group. Let's go over to it now. The One-Os taking down Obrun. 3-0 as it currently stands.
What a result. This, I mean, for the group, I think for people watching as well, this is fantastic, right? Because already I think it's changed a lot. It's wide open. I think anyone has still got a chance, even Tekkz, who's obviously on 0 points after his first 2 games. But, I mean, and 3-0 as well.
It's resounding. It's not just a 1-0 scraped it or 2-1 or anything like that, where maybe the game sort of favoured him. Is about to jinx the game.
Oh, big
great
save.
I was about to say he's won this game without conceding against one of the best attackers in the scene.
It's another big save I've seen today from Schmeichel. Who have you got in goal, Ryan? Do you use him?
Yeah, I use, well, on my road to glory, I use Casillas.
Yeah.
Main account, I use Schmeichel. I'll be honest, I think I prefer Casillas, you know.
Yeah, his agility is really,
that
really
might
good.
sound crazy because I know he's smaller than Schmeichel, but he just saves shots that I don't expect him to save. So yeah, he's my favourite goalie so far.
Off topic, gents, the most interesting thing right now is the 3 players that are the cheapest in this group in terms of the FC Pro Live items have been performing the best so far. I mean, I don't think anyone has touched Fabinho from the One-Os, as actually they didn't maybe expect much from him in this group. He's already on his way to an upgrade for Fabinho. 88 rated he will be after this game, when the update does come in later this week. And we look like we're going for a full-time result. Last chance of the game, 3-0 win from the One-Os in his opening matchup in Group D. How about that?
I'll be honest, I know you didn't expect this as well. I did not expect him to if he was going to win, it wouldn't be in this manner. I don't know what I expected actually in terms of his play style, because I hold my hands up, I've only seen him in the previous event, and it's tough to go off that just of one event. But he's showing he deserves to be here in a group of death. The underdog gets 3 points on the board in his first game, so he's flying in confidence.
The crazy thing is, I'm just looking here from the One-Os, he's only ever played against 3 European players in his whole career, and that came in the Open Qualifier, because he naturally can't play against them, can he?
Yeah,
he's based out in the Middle East, Ryan.
Yep.
He can't play against European players. He's just played against back-to-back top 4 world finalists, Obrun, and beat him 3-0.
You summed it up perfectly just then with that statement.
It just goes to show, like, whatever predictions we're making, we can't make them, Pi, because it's just so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's mental. I did say on the desk, I said I thought you'd get a point, but not 3. So I wanted, I got to back the underdog, right?
Yeah.
You know, you've got to back the underdog and give him some credit. But yeah, I mean, what a performance! 3-0, cracking result.
Massive result, isn't it? I mean, what an opening start here, as we said, in this group of death. 2 rounds in, Tekkz on 0 points as it currently stands. Levy looking really strong. Fouma scoring goals for fun. Is it too early to say that Fouma might be one of the best attacking players we've ever seen?
Not for me. As I said, from past experiences playing against him and watching him, I rate him as one of the best, if not the best. And again, he's showing it here today. 4 points out of a possible 6 is a fantastic start in this group.
Well, look, that is 2 rounds done from the group of death. Frankie, we didn't expect that sort of start from this one.
To be honest, I didn't expect round 2 to go that way after round 1. I was nearly going to call it the group of deadlock, and then those next 2 matches blew my expectations out of the water. Let's talk about Fouma versus Tekkz first of all. A tale of 2 Mbappes, Casey.
It is a tale of 2 Mbappes. One went really well, and the other one not so much. Fouma, he had 4 goals with Mbappe. Tekkz, 2 open chances that did not go in the back of the net. It's like a different player.
How do you miss, though, with Mbappe? Because Fouma managed to score with a red time shot on Mbappe.
Game's the game, Frankie. The game's the game. I messaged Stingray before this competition started, before Group D started, and I said, Sting, tell me some bits about Fouma. What is there to know? And he said a whole list. Some of things aren't suitable. And one thing in particular that he did say was, Fouma has the best Mbappe on the game. It's renowned across the pros. For some reason, his Mbappe is better than everyone else's. We've seen it.
Were some of those things too French for the broadcast?
Potentially.
And the One-Os as well. My expectations were that we might see that Abu Maka style from him, that defensive brick wall. But I don't think I expected him to pull it off so perfectly against Obrun.
I mean, we love a good underdog story, and watching this match, I think the whole first half it was 1-0, but you and me were sitting next to each other. You're like, he is locking this game down. I don't think he's going to score, and that's exactly what happened.
Can you see that triangle on there? Nobody had that coming into today. We all thought maybe a draw, maybe 2 draws. It'd be what Tekkz is showing right now, 2 red triangles. Nobody at home, I know you, I know what you're saying. No one had that. No one was talking about Fabinho. on the FC Pro Love items. He's got 3 points. He's beaten Obrun.
Casey,
go on and do something spectacular.
you must be feeling a little bit gutted about your Phillips before we head to the break.
Yeah, so I bought Calvin Phillips as soon as the promo started, and I'm hoping this turns around because we need an upgrade.
But do you own 7 of them?
I did not. I bought 1.
Well, every cloud clearly has a silver lining, but it hasn't been the easiest of times for pre-qualified players during the FC Pro Open, and it's no different for Obrun. Can he turn it around at this halfway point? We're not really sure. Is he going to go the way of PH Zin and learn how to fly when it matters most?
PlayStation.
Back to the FC Pro Open live from London. We're going to take a look at the table because if you have just joined the show, you have missed some massive results. We started off with a bit of a deadlock in round 1 with a win for Levi De Weerd and everyone else not quite picking up the points they wanted, but our second round saw goal after goal after goal, most of them scored by Fouma, and these big matches are going to keep on coming. So why don't we head over to the breakdown board and take a look at what Obrun is bringing to the pitch tonight.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, Obrun's team is where we're going to turn our attention to. We had a little look at it in the draft show, but now we've got a slightly more time. We've talked about Bompastor, we've talked about the defence and João Cancelo. In the draft show, I said Modric, he's my man to watch.
Yeah.
He's been good so far for Obrun, but he needs more creativity because he just lost 3-0.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's weird, I think, to see 0 goals scored in a lot of these sort of pro matches so far. We've had a lot of high-scoring games, even consolations in most. So, considering we've got Mbappe, Ginola and Hansen, no goals is...
The bench is a bit weird, isn't it?
as you said, because of the leagues and like the options available, Neymar is for me the key. Considering what's been spoken about before, what Gravison was saying about kind of even having him on no chem, maybe we'll see more of him.
It looks like the sort of bench that Frankie would pick.
Excuse me. Actually, Neymar is in my starting lineup, so I'll have that. Also, my bench is quite good. My bench has got Tekkz and Hansen on. They should have been in the starting lineup.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Tekkz is in the teams. Let us know at home, is your team better than this? Have you drafted a better squad than what our pro player Obrun has done? How does he defend better? He just leaked 3 goals. Real Ferdinand's been sketchy so far. We've seen him for Tekkz. What we're looking at defensively, do we want to see Yaya Toure maybe dropping in a little bit further?
Yeah, I mean, I actually use Texas 4-3-2-1, and my right centre mid kind of plays in that more defensive role. I guess that's what he's there for, because when we looked at his team at first, I thought it's very, very nicely balanced, but obviously with 0 goals scored and 3 conceded, could be wrong.
Yeah, it was a tough game. He had a mountain to climb against Levi De Weerd and the 1-0. He was 3-0 down, and the mountain looked as steep as Mount Fuji because it just got bigger and bigger as the deficit became larger. The 1-0 though, I mean, what a performance.
Yeah, incredible. And I said it on the comms there. What he's got is he's coming into the group of death as the underdog. No pressure on him, really, to perform when you consider that people are looking at the other 4 mainly. First game, already got himself a win, and that's going to give him some great confidence going forward.
Well, Obrun is back in action. He takes on Levi De Weerd. 1 game, 1 win for the Dutchman. Will he continue his perfect form? We're soon to find out.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, we move on to round 3 in this group of death. And for Obrun, Ryan Pissarro, it really is time to get going and to get some points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. He has 1 point from the first game, that draw up against Fouma, which I believe is a good point to take from that type of game. But he's up against Levi De Weerd now, who just had a break. He has 3 points on the board from his victory against Tekkz in round 1, coming in with a huge amount of confidence, whereas Obrun, maybe for his sake anyway, I know he's a strong individual in terms of his mental preparation, but losing a game like that, man, is a tough one to bounce back from.
Yeah, you can see on the screen there 2 items which will be or have had an upgrade this evening. Let us know in the chat at home what FC Pro Love item you have invested, or maybe you've even been lucky enough to build one of the SBC items, such as Obrun's high-end of Hellas Verona, one of the 4 players that was invited straight into this FC Pro Open off the back of the World Finals last year. Levy getting in the zone. Off stage, there is also this game as well, which we will be keeping a close eye on. 2 items that have just had an upgrade in Makengo and Fabinho. One thing that both these 2 love doing as well, Ryan, is scoring goals. 6-2 win for Fouma, 3-0 win for the Wanos.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of goals conceded as well between the 2 of them so far in this tournament. But it's a massive game. Fouma currently on 4 points, top of the table. The Wanos on 3 points, only playing 1 game, so he has that slight advantage. In that sense anyway. It's going to be honestly, if the Wanos manages to get a win or even the group is wide open, genuinely, because if one of these 2 could get the extra 3 points on the board just to slowly pull away from the pack a little bit, it will do heaps and heaps for their chances to progress into the knockout stages.
Well, this will be our featured matchup. I was doing a bit of a deep dive in terms of past matchups between the 2. They've never played at LAN, Levy or Obrun. They've both avoided each other through multiple different tournaments. The last time they did play was actually this year, a few months ago in October. It was only an online cup. It was actually Levy's Sway 16 Cup where they played. It was 5 goals to 4 that Levy did win that one. Again, you can't look too much into that just because, again, they're playing with their own teams from home. They're not in a draft requirement. They're not in a group of death. There is so much more on the line, you could argue, in this game.
Absolutely. There's a lot at stake in these games. It's time now for Obrun to bounce back, and of course for Levy, it's a difficult one coming off of a win and then having to take a break.
Isn't it? You sort of want to keep it going, don't you?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the hardest things when competing is trying to continue the momentum in a game, especially if you're sitting out and your opponent has an extra game. We always speak about if there's a winner or loser bracket, for example. The people that tend to come from the loser bracket, they have that run of games where they tend to bounce back and be able to continue their winning streak and end up defeating the person in the winner bracket or even the first game. So I think this is very similar in the sense that Obrun's just played. I know he lost 3-0, Brandon. I know, I get it. But he still could get those reps in, just needs to put that game behind him. And for his sake, hopefully he can bounce back.
I'm just so interested in that bottom game. We will keep you up to date with it. Fouma against the One-Os, just in terms of the difference of play styles between the two. Both coming off the back of a win. They will be feeling confident, but here we go then. Levi De Weerd of Team Hullet. He's on 3 points at the moment. He's unbeaten in Group D. 4-2 win against Tekkz in his opening matchup tonight. Looking to put another 3 points onto his tally. Looks for a Trivela. Takes a wicked deflection on the way out. Tekkz looking to weave her way around the white shirts of Obrun. He was always been sort of known for being so strong defensively, Ryan.
Yeah. So I believe this game between Obrun and Fouma, Obrun and Levy, I believe it will be very low scoring in terms of just the way they defend. They're calm and composed in possession. They're happy to sort of not die the clock down in as per se, but wait for the opponent to make mistakes.
Of course, keep in mind at home it is Levy versus Obrun as we just change out those FC Pro Love items there. Modric finds Mbappe. Obrun looking for a positive start in this one. Yaya Toure looks for the one more pass. Finds João Cancelo. It's so quick. And needed a big save from Schmeichel. Bompastor just looked to punch the ball into the feet. I mean, let's speak about Bompastor, a new hero this year in the game.
Yep, new item, great stats at fullback. Of course, the new item in game, boosting those stats compared to the regular hero item.
What's on that back post? Massive switch of play available. Play a lot, teased by Levy as he looks to manoeuvre his way into the box. Rio Ferdinand, a popular choice in quite a few teams tonight, including Obrun and Tekkz. Two English icons have featured across the board. Ginola looks to go on his own. It was the wrong pass he was looking for, but still could recover this one well. Just didn't match up with what he wanted to do there, was it, Ryan?
Yeah, not at all. And the counter-attack is on from Levy. If you can find the correct pass, that is an incredible step there from Obrun, retrieving possession. But yeah, that intended pass, if it went to the right player, I believe that would have been a goal-scoring opportunity for Obrun. He still has possession, though, high up the pitch with a throw-in.
Watch out from here. You look for a second, he was lining up, maybe a Trivela. Obviously with that finesse. Animation, the game having a slight patch as of late, that Trivela has become increasingly even more popular. We have an update for you in the other game. Fouma against the One-Os. There has been a goal. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of Fouma. No surprise. No Mbappe this time needed. Just Caroline Hansen.
Yeah, Green into the corner, or off the post, I should say. And it's a brilliant start from Fouma. That currently puts him on 7 points from a possible 9. So he's having an incredible start.
Ref looks to play the advantage.
Gonna get the right step over animation there from Levy, or Mbappe would have been gone.
Time to drive. Hansen finds Davies. Down the byline, right on the byline. Can there be an opener? Here, patient is Levy. Ginola. Even more patient defensively from Rio Ferdinand. Still 0-0 in this one. 1-0. Fouma leads.
Look at him.
In our other game.
You have to watch out for that.
Such a clever ball, isn't it, when you can do that well?
Yep, Obrun does that a lot. Triggering the run. Driving it into the person, or the player in front, and then a first time L1 triangle pass over the defensive line. Tends to work. Not so much this year. We don't see it as much, but it's something that Obrun used to use a lot of the time. Poor touch.
Not a good touch at all there from Bompasta. I mean, the guy I spoke about at the start of the show today, Ryan, Cafu. I mean, he's not a million coins anymore. Is he still worth that investment? I mean, it's a lot of coins in a 9 million coin budget to go on him.
Yeah, it is a lot. I'm trying to think of other players that you could use, other items in game in that right back position. Cancelo is probably the go-to, what most players are using. The player look in the box.
Levy looking for it, will find it. And just as we say that, Levy will find first blood in this one. And it's no surprise who it is. At the back post waiting, Caroline Hansen scored in both games, but there's also been an update in the other game. We heard there was a penalty between Fouma and the Wanos. We'll give you the lowdown on it as soon as we can. Remember that Fouma was leading by a goal to nil. There was a penalty incident here. The Wanos had a penalty 21 minutes into the game. Lucio went into the book. Did he score or didn't he score? That was the question. Ginola steps up for the Wanos. Wow. And he misses.
Oh my goodness.
Fouma still leads by a goal to nil there.
It's 2 penalty saves so far we've seen.
How many penalties tonight, Ryan?
Yeah, a lot. A lot. I find it's so much harder to save penalties this year, but we've seen already twice out of 4 penalties. I think half of them have been saved. We're seeing an attack here from Obrun. Can't find space, and Levy can potentially start a counter-attack, but he opts to recycle possession.
And speaking of not taking any chances against Fouma, he will punish you. He has punished the Wanos. It's Teo Hernandez down the byline doing God's work.
Wow.
No one expected that, did they?
Yeah, green timed as well, just to give him the likelihood of finding the back of the net. You still wouldn't expect it, though, from Theo on his weaker foot.
2-0 Fouma leads in that one.
Yeah, driving towards the byline as well is so effective this year, and players that naturally had that play style already, it works for them.
Cafu, Trivella!
Yeah, Fouma's play style in previous years was to work towards the byline. The effectiveness this year is it's almost a go-to way to create attacks from a lot of the pro players this year.
Still only 1 goal in this game.
Look at Yaya.
Bompasta, clever pass, one more! Referee, penalty! Van Dijk was pulled into that one. And speaking of penalties, it's another one for the night. Obrun to score from the spot with Modric, he does. Easy as you like. We'll place that one to the left. That's the first goal that he scored in over 120 in-game minutes of FC 24. He had a goalless game against the Wanos. I mean, before that chance did come in, Ryan, I was thinking, did he need the extra pass? And then he won a penalty.
Yeah, exactly. It worked out in his favour. The penalty, yeah, lacked power, but of course, if Levy's not diving, it goes into the corner, and that is the goal back into the game from Obrun. A very, very key moment.
1-1 here. I think we've had like 5 or 6 penalties tonight.
Yeah.
Is that just players just diving in, getting maybe a little bit unfortunate with some animations too?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I think, as you said, the animation, sort of you expect when you press circle to sometimes have a different way the player lunges. It doesn't go in your favour, and then, yeah, you end up conceding a penalty.
Well, if there was to be a win from Fouma tonight in this round here, 3, Fouma would be on 7 points. And even if Levy was to win this game, he'd be on 6. Fouma, as we are currently calling, is leading the way in Group D. Obrun yet to pick up a win tonight. Tekkz in the same scenario too. Mbappe. Obrun finds Pateles. Lucio have a good block. The ball does fall back again to the Barcelona midfielder. Yaya Toure taking matters into his own hands. Update in the other game, there has been another goal in it. Fouma leads now by 3 goals to 0. We are really seeing how good this player is. I mean, let's not talk about the goal.
What on earth?
I mean, let's not talk about the goal. But what we can speak about is the fact that Fouma is really blossoming into this tournament tonight. He has been superb so far. And look, if the ball's going to fall like that, Ryan,
maybe it's your day.
You have to take it.
Yeah, maybe it's your day. Approaching the last moments of the first half, Obrun building up on the byline, tries to find space. There isn't any, recycling and opting for the switch of play.
Tekkz, Hansen, Obrun will look to end the first half in pole position. Was 1-0 down in the game, leads by 2 goals to 1. We'll see it again on the replay.
Yeah, that's more like it from Obrun. Just a simple ball roll in the box. Caroline Graham Hansen, finesse shot, green time, and finds the corner there to make him take the lead now. He was down by 1 and he's now up by 1 moments before half time. It's an important moment, we always say, Brandon, to get those goals just before the break, and it changes the whole dynamics. There's another goal here, it stems from the corner. It's Fouma again. Fouma. Yep, Mbappe playing it, driven past, an open goal, 4-0. Easy as it comes.
Give us a smile, Fouma, because you're 4-0 up. And you're absolutely cruising tonight. He hasn't lost a game yet. And he's on his way to 7 points. We're very, very impressive as it currently stands. 12 goals scored. Half-time. Obrun leads by 2 goals to 1. I've got to say, just very quickly at the halfway point, that's got one of the cleverest things you can do in these squad building requirements, because obviously the women's and the men's league aren't necessarily under the same requirement. That means you can actually technically have 4 Barcelona players in your team, can't you? You can have 2 from the Women's La Liga, Santander, and you can have 2 players in it from the Men's La Liga as well. So what you're seeing there is basically Alex Tekkz and Hansen in a lot of teams, and then you can have 2 more in there, 2 more La Liga players in there as well.
Yeah, I think that's why we've seen the likes of Cancelo being utilised a lot. Links to Tekkz, links to Hansen. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Araujo radioactive version in centre back. People or players have used the likes of Rio Ferdinand, I believe, the item of Araujo. As I said, I'm shocked he hasn't been selected, but yeah, for Fouma, he's cruising, 4-0 up at half-time. Levy losing to Obrun, 2 goals to 1.
4-0 for Fouma as it currently stands. The One-Os not feeling the most confident. I mean, you're playing against a good player, number 1, Ryan, but then when the ball's just bouncing around like that, it's always a tough day.
Yeah, exactly. And again, someone like Fouma is against anybody, you don't want to go down by a couple of goals, but he utilises the space in behind with the speed boost, the step overs, the player locks. And when you're down by a couple and you have to push bodies forward, more spaces open up for him to exploit, and then before you know it, you're 5, 6, 7. You conceded a lot of goals, and your goal difference is taking a hit.
I mean, for the sake of this group, Obrun to win that game would be great.
Yeah, it leaves it wide open. Start the second half. The One-Os kicking from left to right here, from kickoff, trying to find space in behind. Play lock cancelling. Oh, beautiful. It doesn't work out. He still achieves possession, though. Step over. And a good tackle there from Fouma in the box.
Well, let's leave this one for a second, Ryan. We'll go back to our feature matchup. 4 goals to 0. Fouma does lead there. Over here, Obrun. 2-1 up, looking for a third.
Yaya with the run. He's going to whip it in. He is. Yaya.
He's on!
Oh, my goodness.
And unfortunately, the header's off target.
That is a chance. Header's manual, of course. You have to aim it into the corner, and that's what happens there. You risk the chance of aiming it just on the outside of the post.
As we have a break in play, let's welcome back Casey in to the commentary of this one. Casey, I mean, this group is really starting to unfold, and Fouma is running away.
Oh my goodness, watching Fouma has been so impressive. But you know, one thing I have noticed, I think he plays so different from each person that he goes against. His preparation for each game is really impressive.
No, I agree with you. Again, it's sort of place that is very similar. They say in boxing, it makes fights, basically. With the way Fouma plays as well, I think naturally his instincts suit playing someone like Tekkz, someone like Levy, someone like Obrun. It's a weird one because you can't really separate either on paper, as we see a chance there from Levy leading to the corner. But yeah, just the chances he creates and his play style works in his favour.
By any means, is Fuma's play style just score loads of goals?
Yeah, go forward. He does. Every touch he takes is positive. He doesn't really second guess too much. And when he does, if you make a slight mistake or when he does get in front of goal, he green times it more often than not. And yeah, we've seen how many goals he's scored so far.
He sort of feels like that player, Casey, that's happy to take maybe the 80% chance of goal as well.
Yeah, I think that, but at the end of the day, he's always making the best choices. He's making an extra pass if he needs to, or he's just taking that shot and not making it, but it's always the right choice, which is very, very good.
Speaking of, the player looking for their first win tonight, Obrun. Did lose the last game 3-0. Drew his first one against Fouma, one of the only players at the moment to stop Fouma from scoring more than 2 goals. 4-0. Fouma still does lead in that game. Corner to come in from Obrun. And Mbappe back to defend. It goes as far as the edge of the box where Hansen will look to take the shot. A chance to switch out. We were speaking just at half-time, Casey, as well, just with the draft rules. There's such an opportunity, isn't there, just to angle in so many of these high-rated women this year in the game. I mean, we said about it before, the perfect link-up between Tekkz and Hansen just keeps on happening.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Obrun backstage, and he said, in his opinion, that these draft requirements are the best ones out of all the weeks. And he was really happy to have these requirements. The best ones, yeah. He said he had the most opportunities with these rules.
I mean, there's been an update. We'll talk more about the draft rules in a second. There's been, I'm hearing another goal in this game. Let me guess, Fouma scored again. Yes, he has. Ginola makes it 5-0. Oh, was that a smile from Fouma? No. Still waiting for a first smile from Fouma today. 5-0 he leads. He just doesn't stop either.
He doesn't. And he doesn't change his emotions.
Yeah, relentless.
He doesn't change the tone of his voice, does he?
Even in interviews, it's the same calm, cool, collected. It's smart, though. He doesn't ever lose his head.
Cafu. Intercepted. Pause coming in from Levy. As we say, keep in mind, Tekkz is not playing this round. He sits out. It's his break for tonight. He will be involved for the last 2 rounds. There's a change of possession here. Tekkz and Hansen again linking up, as they have done throughout. Potentially that Trivela. There it is. But matched up by Van der Sar. Haven't really seen any go in tonight, have we?
Yeah, not too many. Not too many chances or players opted to take the Trivelas from the edge. You've seen it a couple times, but it's yet to lead to a goal. And you can see the switch of play here, onside.
Obrun does that so well. Gets a fortunate deflection. Van Dijk intercepts well. There's the switch of play coming out. He's onside as well, Davies. Back post, Mbappe will be queuing up. Does he go on his own with Davies? Yes, he does! I mean, it's been all about the fullbacks. We saw Teo Hernandez score a huge goal for Fouma in the other game. But then here, sometimes that's just what you've got to do, Casey.
Yeah. That is what you have to do. And I know he mentioned it with Fouma, but Levy as well is very, very calm. No celebration. He knows, I mean, it's 2-2 at this point. He's looking for those 3 points.
Yeah, absolutely. As we say, he's confident. I spoke to him earlier on as well, and he's brimming with confidence. Renzo said it's probably the best he might have ever seen him. So that's a huge boost of confidence, knowing that you're coming into a tournament this big on your rich vein of form. So for him, he wants to take it into today. And with that Alphonso Davies, that ball over the top, Levy creates, he does content of his own. That's something that I see him post. So a little tip for people at home that want to learn that ball over the top. That's something that he utilizes a lot, gives you that space in behind the defensive line. And yeah, you capitalize it when you have the likes of Davies.
I think on top of that as well, you're looking at just the perfect example of what fullbacks you want to use as well. I mean, Matthias Banana was the best example of that for a period of time, of just Gold Hakimi. Scored a lot of goals with Gold Hakimi. That Alphonso Davies is the Thunderstruck promo item. Same can be said for Teo Hernandez. Just fullbacks that don't just defend, Casey, but go forward, assist, and can even score.
Yeah, you need a well-rounded player at the end of the day. You can't just have someone that sits back on defense. You have to have them open for any type of opportunity, whether it's the extra pass inside or even scoring the goal.
Sort of like a secondary winger, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, exactly as you say. And especially this year, or not even just this year, previous years, having the fullback unbalanced or triggering them is a very key aspect to building up attacks. Seeing Bompasser used, couldn't find the space.
Into the final 20 in both our games in this round 3.
Aggressive defending from Levy, pulling out players from out of their position. It's going to be a flick on.
Nearly there, Valverde. I mean, for the interests of the group, a draw here would certainly do two things. It would keep Tekkz very much one win away from getting straight back into the conversation. It would also mean that Fouma could start to move away from the rest of them too. He would be on 7 points as he goes into another game. Well, he could be on, I mean, if he, I'm pretty sure he's won his game. He's leading by 5 goals to nil with 18 minutes left on the clock. There's a world here, Casey, where he could have 10 points by the end of round 4, put his feet up and say, look, I've done quite well tonight.
I think it's about time that we put Fouma as one of the best players in the world right now. I think he deserves a little bit more respect as we're speaking about some of the best players, because I don't really hear his name being thrown around as much as it should be.
Yeah.
Again, I just add on to that. I think he won the playoffs during the online era, and because it was online and it wasn't offline and you didn't pick up a trophy and maybe it wasn't broadcast in the same way as a typical Champs Cup could have been or an E-Champions League, you are right, he has gone under the radar, and the only way we have seen him at Lamb and competing well is in the E-League One, which obviously is very much in French, and I don't understand French, so maybe this could be his opportunity to go and do that for sure. Neymar, Sergino Dest. Interchanging one. Musiala, that's 3 super subs that have just come on for Levy. Looking for a third.
Oh, way.
Van der Sar, take a bow. Whilst we've got a pause in a second, let's quickly jump over and check in to Fouma against the One-Os. We know he's pretty much job done. Final 12 minutes here. Cafu looking to make matters worse as he interchanges with Vinicius Jr. Hansen, step over into an exit. 6 goals to nil. Fouma leads.
Yeah, that's another mistimed shot in the back of the net. Fouma seems to get the rub of the green when it happens here. Step over, orange timed.
Orange time was that?
Yeah, a little smile from Stingray. He knows, he knows. But yeah, 6 goals to nil. That's a massive, massive hit on the goal difference for the One-Os. Winning his first game 3-0. He now finds himself 3 points after 2 games. It's still a good return, in my opinion. Solid return.
Stingray has an easy job today, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, just chilling, sat back in his chair. He knows they've done the preparation beforehand. He spoke about how confident Fouma feels. You spoke about how confident Fouma feels when you spoke to him as well. So, yeah, it's clearly been shown today.
Big switch finds Cafu. Obrun does have a pause queued. Will we find a winner in this one? There's that Trivella again. It hasn't got in today. It has been matched up every time.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go get set for the next interview. See you soon.
Thank you, Casey. She will be joining us throughout the rest of today, interviewing the players and joining us here on the commentary box. I'm sure that she'll be hoping that her teammate Tekkz can come back flying in round 4, as he hasn't won a game yet. That's the headline news here today in London. Tekkz 0 points from 6 that was possible tonight so far. Corner comes in. Valverde might hit that. Little interesting fact as well, there's a few players tonight that have got FC Pro Live items on the benches, and one's just been introduced. Koulibaly comes on for Obrun, the player that is being controlled by Abu Maka.
He's in. Extra pass.
And it's Neymar, who we argued may have been one of the most popular subs to make all the difference. He may have just done that.
That's a massive goal. Thuram off the bench playing it. A little pass there. Mbappe again. Neymar first time into the corner. A fist pump there. A little calm celebration as well from Obrun. He takes the lead now, 3 goals to 2. So that could be a massive, massive goal to change the dynamics of this whole group. We go into the other game. This was a goal. It falls the way, Brandon, of the One-Os or the One-Os. Mbappe turning, twisting, step overs, green timed. And he's got one back. Well, yeah.
I think just here, right, it's just a case of, look, He doesn't have a break now for the rest of today, the Wanos. He's had his break in the first game. He has to switch on because he plays against Tekkz, and then he plays against Levi De Weerd. And he's just come off the back of a 6-1 defeat, potentially. But then he also beat Obrun, so, I mean, who am I to judge what's going on here?
This just echoes how important or how difficult it is to get points on the board in this group, because we've seen games can go, they can really go any way. Obrun had a bad start. We say a bad start. 1 point from a possible 6, as now he's in position to potentially get his first 3 points on the board. If Levy can't find an equalizer, he scored late on against Tekkz. Can he find space? Not this time. It's going to be cleared out. Possession still maintained from Obrun. He's giving it away. It's calm and that's composed there to get possession away from his goal.
Just see this one out now, as I think he will do. Added time of 2 minutes.
Uh-oh, that's a crazy mistake. Neymar, Dest off of the bench. There's not a lot of time left. It's opting for the switch of play. He has to go forward. Cafu. Play look, Musiala, Cafu again.
Last chance of the game for Levy.
Is that a corner?
Goes for a corner, Bompasta. We have played the 92 added time as well. But the keeper's in the box here as well. Dispossessed, that should do it. Obrun does find a way to win here in London in the FC Pro Open. He now moves on to 4 points and goes in front of Levy.
Yep, that's a massive, massive victory. Just to keep him in the conversation. Of course, a reminder, top 2 out of the 5 players in this group make it to the knockout stage. So just being in that conversation for week 2, well, game week 2, when it does commence, is very, very important. Obrun gets his first win on the board.
Big run. 3 games he has played, 9 points out of the 9. He has picked up 4. And you look at the games, he's won the game you may not have thought he would have, and he lost the game that you thought he probably would have won.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it?
And then he's the only person that has stopped Fouma today. A 2-2 draw against Fouma, who has scored 6 goals against Tekkz, and I think he's on his way to score 6 goals against the Wanos as well. There's not that long left in that game.
Yeah, that is going to be a... Yeah. That game was done and dusted a little while ago, I'll be honest. I think Fouma ran away with that early on with the amount of goals he was scoring. And Fouma, as we say, how many points is he on now? 7 points from a possible 9, leading the pack.
He's looking good.
An unbelievable start from him.
He has. He's looking very good here in London. As we said, she was with us on the commentary desk. Now she's catching up with Obrun. How is he feeling after his first win?
Here with Obrun, who just had a big win over Levy. I mean, you had a little bit of a rocky start. How did you turn it around?
Yeah, it's difficult. every game is so tough, and I think Levy is one of the best players in the world right now. So I feel confident, but the group is long, so keep calm.
Now it's possible if you win this next one, you can end on 7 points. Do you think that's a realistic thing?
Yeah, maybe, but 90 minutes are so long, so I don't want to say nothing. I think Tekkz, everyone knows him, so it will be hard.
Now, Tekkz hasn't had the greatest start, probably even worse than you. Does that change your mindset going into this next match?
I think that Tekkz has the best mentality, so I don't know. I don't think that he will. So maybe sad, maybe disappointed, yes, but I think that will be a great match.
All right, well, keep it going. You're doing fantastic. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yeah, Obrun and the rest of this group all seem to be just taking points against each other, other than one man. 7 points out of 9. Fouma standing on top of the table at the moment. He has been sublime so far.
Yeah, honestly, it's an absolute madness. And that game was a masterclass. 6-1 against, well, you know, he's had a 3-0 win in the last game. Crazy.
And we're going to have a look at some of Fouma's best performances in this tournament thus far. And there's one goal in particular, when we talk about Fouma, we can get it in here very shortly. It's just the level in which he's playing attacking-wise, the decisiveness which he is doing. It really is something to behold, I've got to say.
Yeah, going forward, it's absolutely crazy. And Ryan was telling me about the things to look out for. And it is that passing, the movement, the green time finishing, just incredible.
Give me a little sneak peek at what might be coming up on your Ultimate Team account at home. We can have a look at this Fouma goal and just see it. It's 15 minutes into the game. We can play it through at full speed because I want to play a little game with everyone at home. Me and Pi on the illustrator, on the breakdown board. What we're going to do is play a game of what happens next. Pause now. We got to roll it back. We've spoiled it. Now. Okay. Pi, what happens next?
My favourite part is getting to do this, but what I do is I would try and go for a finesse shot.
Well, you've got Hansen.
Yeah.
She's very good. She's got the finesse in the locker. Maybe even a Travella as you come in here, Travella onto the far post. No, that's not what happens, because I want to highlight one more thing as well. I think personally, defensively, let me just clear all that rubbish off the screen. Defensively, the 1-0 is not on the right player.
No, Hansen versus Hansen, probably not what you want in that scenario.
It's got to be in here to close it down, to get a little bit tighter to the man, or to the woman in this case, and it's not good enough, in my opinion, defensively. And what happens next is Fouma shows why he's top of the table, why he is the brilliant FC player that he is. The step overs, the 1-0 is all over the place defensively. His players switching, you don't know where to go. He's getting dizzy, in all honesty, and this was the first of many goals for Fouma. You're probably asking, what's his draft looking like? What's his team looking like? Pi, walk that way, because that is where we are going to have a look at Fouma's team right now. This is the squad that is being selected for Fouma. Theo Hernandez and Cafu, again, in at fullbacks. The only player out of the 5 that selected Vinicius Jr. in his team. And you can see Hansen, Mbappe, Ginola, who seem to be doing all the attacking work for him.
Yeah, I like the squad. I like the 4-4-2. I am a fan. I don't know if that is what he has actually been playing in game. I assume with the way that he's starting his team, it is. Gold version of Hansen, but choosing to spend his money sort of a little bit more wisely around the team. Lucio as well, absolute beast at centre back with Van Dijk.
Whole bench as well, I've got to say.
Yeah, Firmino, I'm seeing there as one of the options. Goretzka. I mean, if you look at that, I would actually say that's probably the weakest bench. I know he's got Dabinha, but I think that's the weakest bench out of anyone I've seen today.
But maybe the best 11. In the draft show, I told you at home to send in your teams. We'll get you on the show, and that's exactly what Jay did, because this is Jay's team that he sent in at home. A few players in there that were in the team that was most picked for the community. However, there's a couple of players that I really want to talk about. Guerreiro, the French midfielder, incredible. Klaus, Karachui, however, Kante, middle of the park.
You don't like him, do you?
I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. Why is he being selected most?
I just think it's part of that ultimate team popularity. He's an OG. He's been used multiple times. People like him, and I just think he is genuinely good in game, even though you don't like him.
Look, Jay's picked him, Casey's picked him. Everyone seems to be on the Kante train. Me personally, I'm off. Frankie, back to you.
Thank you. I'm also on the Guerreiro train. So, Jay, thank you so much for sharing your draft. Everyone else, if you would like to make it onto the board, hashtag FC Pro Draft. Let us know who you would pick when we reveal the next budget for Group A on January 8th. So keep your eyes peeled on the socials for that one. Let's take a look at the results of tonight so far. In round 3, Levy 2 versus Obrun 3, which means Obrun has got his first win and this competition is wide open. And Fouma continuing that display of dominance. So let's see how that affects the points. Fouma clearly starting to run away with proceedings. 7 points. His item is going to be looking very tasty later on in the week. And meanwhile, Tekkz is a big surprise. However, he did just sit out that last game. And this is a man whose mentality is not really struggling. He's known for being able to bring it back, and that's something that Obrun was talking about in his interview with Casey earlier. Now, I hope you've been listening to some rather unusual comments during the show, because what might have seemed like a bit of random chit-chat, especially with a certain East Asia country, actually has a bigger purpose and can take you to some in-game rewards if you know where to look in the objectives menu. So you go and look for that, and we're going to take a quick break. Round 4 of matches when we return.
PlayStation EA Sports FC 24 tournaments are now live on PS5 and PS4. Compete for FC points and more in Ultimate Team or Kickoff mode. To sign up on PS5, head to the FC24 Game Hub on your PS5 and look for upcoming tournaments. You can also register in-game by scrolling to the bottom of the FC24 main menu and selecting PlayStation Tournament. On PS4, you'll find tournaments in the Events tab on your console. Sign up and show off your skills on PlayStation Tournaments. Welcome back to the FC Pro Open live from London, and the group of death is delivering. Fouma currently on top of the group with 2 wins. Obrun looking to bounce back after his first victory of the night, and the one-offs and Levy also with 1 win apiece. But Tekkz is the dark horse in this competition. Suddenly no win to his name, but he sat out a game, and this is a man that can come back strong. He's not going to be in his feels, he's going to be in his thoughts, and how he's going to be able to win in this all-important next round. Is this a night where we don't see anyone go home truly disappointed? That's what I really want to know, Casey, as you're stood next to me watching these highlights.
I mean, it's a close group. We have a lot of people coming in as underdogs, getting wins, getting 3 points here and there. And so anything can happen in these last 2 rounds.
And I know that you have been backstage watching the players, trying to grab them for interviews. So tell me, what has the atmosphere been like? We've seen you with a very chilled, very calm Fouma, but what about Tekkz?
Tekkz, I mean, he's confident as well. I think we've seen previous tournaments where he calls himself that quote-unquote underdog. He's not like that anymore. He didn't come into this competition feeling like an underdog, so I think he's a bit surprised by how it's all playing out.
It's an interesting one with Tekkz as well, because he's often spoken about the fact that he's doing more content now. He's having to balance things out. The past week, he hasn't been doing any content because obviously the competition's been the priority. But obviously in the run-up during the league, his focus has had to be in 2 different places at once.
Yeah, he did say the 2 weeks leading up to it, he stops content altogether. Maybe he has a couple things like in the docket that he could send out, but his focus 2 weeks leading up is all about the competitive scene. And I think that's smart because dividing your time between the 2 can be very difficult.
Yeah, well, I need to divide my time right now, unfortunately, Casey, over to the breakdown board because we've got Ryan and Brandon.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we just want to preview what's to come up, really, don't we, Ryan? We've seen from the commentary desk Tekkz in action and the 1OS. There's been some surprises from both players, but more importantly, Tekkz on 0 points.
Yeah, not just on 0 points, but the amount of goals conceded. I believe it's 10 goals across the 2 games he's played. It's quite unlike him, I'd say. He's normally resolute defensively, but it's not been his day so far.
And there's been one player that has been maybe questionable. The AC Milan goalkeeper, Mike Obrun, in goal, who is... Just spoke to Tekkz there. He's been letting him down a little bit. He's still 87 rated, but there's just been moments where maybe another goalie gets there.
You're being nice. He's been rubbish. He's not saved anything. I'll be honest. The goalie's not saved much. I wouldn't have selected him personally. Maybe hand out oranges at half-time. That's about it. But to start in the squad is... Yeah, I think it's a no-go.
Forget the FC Pro Live items going up and down. His price is going down. It's not good. On the opposite side, the one-offs.
Yeah.
2 different performances. 3-0 win against Obrun, then quite a difficult game against Fouma.
Yeah, it's a weird one because you come off of a 3-0 win against Obrun, which is, of course, fantastic. He'd be on top of the world. But then he gets hit for 6, I believe it is, against Fouma, which is a tough result to take. There's losing, and then there's losing where you don't really stand a chance. The game was out of control early on, so he needs to bounce back, and it's a very tough game against Tekkz.
Well, speaking of bouncing back, I think it's time to jump back into the commentary booth for round 4 as we pass our attention over to Richard Buckley and Pieface.
Thank you very much, Brandon and Ryan, Frankie and Casey, getting us ready for this round 4 of matches. Tekkz against the One-Os, and quite a big moment, Pieface, because this is your co-commentary debut. You've done 3-man comms before, in the booth, 2 people, Pieface. How do you feel?
Well, you know, we've gone from the analysis of Mr. X-Pro himself, Mr. Ryan, to 9/11 win stream of me. But you know, I'll do the best I can, mate. I'm excited for it. It's a big game.
We might not give you potentially the expert analysis that Ryan Pessoa can give you. However, we can give you the heart and desire and energy that is required for a must-win game between Tekkz and the One-Os. The other side of this group is going to be Levi De Weerd and Fouma, with Obrun taking this round out. It's the EA Sports FC Pro Open Group D. 2 matches remain before the winter break and a chance to regroup. However, 3 points. Not necessarily a Christmas present, a Christmas necessity.
Yeah, huge. I mean, Tekkz on 0 points so far after 2 games, which I don't think anybody expected at all. And now
he struggled.
Yeah, no, he really, really has. But as you say, with them coming back after the Christmas break, if they can get points here, they're not out of it. They're still in it.
Well, we've seen 10 points in all 3 groups previously, being the benchmark, being top of the table. No one's gone 12. No one's going to go 12 today. 10 points is on the cards of Fouma in his match versus Levy right now. As for Tekkz and One-Os, we can't understate how important 3 points is right now. If you can get a win here, you go into your last game. The One-Os is taking on Levy, Tekkz is taking on Obrun. You go in with a little bit of confidence. You end the day on 4, on 6 points, on 5 points, and you think, not a bad haul. You lose this game, you're going in potentially with a 0-point takeaway from the FC Pro Open. Jude Bellingham in possession here. This is Tekkz from left to right in that orange City kit as Janola weaves in around the box. Good goalkeeper movement from the One-Os.
Yeah, that was quality movement there of Schmeichel. I think if he doesn't move that well there, that's going to be a goal.
You can also see the FC Pro Live items next to the player face cams. Calvin Phillips and Fabinho, who have been fluctuating all night. Good win of possession there for Tekkz, high up the pitch as he's going to try and recycle this ball around the box. That is outstanding.
Another great save. Do you know, that's probably the 5th or 6th massive save I've seen from Schmeichel and today alone.
Mike Mignon's made 0.
Yeah, he has let Tekkz down, to be fair, and that's another huge save. And it's partly down to the keeper movement. Are you a keeper mover?
Absolutely.
Do you like doing it, do you? See, I don't touch it, but I like it when people do it because I feel like I feel like after one shot you can kind of tell, so you can sort of use that to your advantage if they're not very good at it.
I saw an incredible debate on is keeper movement a skill gap.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, do you know what? It 100% is. I'm all for it because I feel that so many people use it badly that after one shot you know they're going to keep a move.
And you just hit
and then yeah, exactly. But like you're seeing here, people that are really good at it, it's insane.
The One-Os' first attack of this game. Janola, only as far as Van Dijk as Tekkz will recycle to Kevin De Bruyne. Finesse territory starting to take shape. Lovely play up into Graham Hansen. And the 1-0 goes 1-0 up.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ball. That player lock there was so quick, so precise. Perfect pass through and a great finish.
Just played it, ran off Rio Ferdinand. Rio as well. Not only has he given away a few pens, I think he's looked a little slow at the back, I've got to say. That centre-back next to Van Dijk has been a conundrum every single week. In Icons Week, obviously, you couldn't have someone next to Van Dijk, but I remember speaking to a player in week 1 where Lucio was brought in, and they just said, no, Lucio's not the guy. Rio Ferdinand is in tonight. I don't think he's looked great, I've got to say. Sol Campbell is the defender of choice for the One-Oaks, next to
it's a bad
Mr.
pass.
Van Dijk.
It's rare to see mistakes like that in Tekkz's game. That's such a sort of simple error.
He's just not playing well.
No, and again, he's on the back foot. You just don't expect it.
Alphonso Davies shrugs away from Cancelo. Player lock into the box, fakes it, goes Mbappe. Here is Davies. Looking for that nice little 1-2 with Tekkz. He looks good, the 1-0's coming forward, I've got to say. And you look at his results, a 3-0 win in game 2. You move forward into game 3, and he loses 6-1. It's hard to put your finger on it. How do you go from one game flying, the next game you get hit for 6?
Yeah, it is. But in this format, I guess because of the way the table is, you can almost afford to have a bad game, especially considering he won the first, which gave him such a boost.
I think a lot of people as well at home often say we look too deeply into results, but the simple fact is we don't have that many FC Pro games to look at. So every result is important. Every result does matter, and goal difference, for and against, and even the individual head-to-head records could come into fact. Not only 5th from 4th, and will you get an invite back to the global qualifier next year? Do you have to go into your regional qualifiers? But that 2nd and 3rd spot is going to be super, super tight in a numerous amount of these groups, this being one of them.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Do you know where that's poor for me is when you do suggest the goal difference. I mean, getting battered 6-1 is different to losing the game, right? I assume that, it's huge in terms of when you say when it comes right down to it, if that 1 or 2 goals is going to cost you, you're going to be gutted that you've kind of like let yourself slip there. It's like in real life football, isn't it? If you start going 3-1, 4-1, it's tough. Wow.
He just got hit for 6,
yeah,
and it's not phased him one single bit. So he's now 2-0 up as the invader says in the chat, what a goal. Let us know your thoughts, because right now this is flabbergasting seeing the performances. He was not only a fan favourite, but an expected top 2 player was Tekkz. It's just not been his day, and it's not the first time we've seen a top player come into the FC Pro Open. You lose a game, you get a bad result here or there, things start falling against you, you feel like the world's pressing down on your shoulders. And it is a really tough format as well to get out of, because the games come thick and fast. You don't get a lot of time in between rounds.
No, and Tekkz has had his break now. This is make or break. If he loses this, I think it's almost not impossible to come back from, but he's going to be looking in a position where, even with games after Christmas, even if he loses this, say wins the last game, 3 points, it's not going to be looking great. But we've got to give credit to the One-Offs, because his passing going forward, it's just wonderful to look at. It's lethal in and around the box.
I know he likes Kevin De Bruyne in this team. The long ball pass plus the ability to ping the ball from left to right, open up the flanks, give the full-backs attention. I don't think he's played very well, Kevin De Bruyne. I don't think those passes have hit anywhere near the efficiency in which he's tried them. Another one there. Is it right on cue? It certainly is. Straight out of play.
That's a good call from you. Perfect timing. Unfortunately for Tekkz, it's perfect timing. You did say earlier, actually, didn't you? You were a little bit disappointed with his item. I like him personally, but then again, that's the skill gap level, isn't it? You get 16 wins, I get 11. So well,
he was so good in the global qualifier in this particular playstyle. The little dink into Socrates, the head down or the shot. Here, it's just not hit the same. And when you've got someone like Kevin De Bruyne, who I don't want to say he's one-dimensional, but passing is his main suit and his main trend. He's got a little bit of pace. Shooting's okay, but you got him in the team for that particular reason. It can leave you a little bit playing with an injured player at times, and you're carrying one, and you can't afford to carry a player.
No, not in a format like this. As you say, you've only got 4 games tonight. That's it. And if you don't turn up, it's over effectively, isn't it? You kind of, you got to think here, if he doesn't get a point out of this and then 3 out of the last, Tekkz is going to be in a lot of trouble. And that's not something I was expecting to say today.
Well, if I told you there was a goal in this game, you'd probably think Fouma had scored it. Incorrect. Levi De Weerd 1-0 up. Just suffered a defeat 3-2 against Obrun. And the one thing that will give Tekkz, the one-os, and anyone else towards the bottom end of this table as Tekkz gets a goal back 30 minutes into the game. Everyone's taking points away from each other. So there's not a big gap starting to emerge. If everyone keeps beating each other, it leaves you in with a chance. The problem that maybe a Mark 11's got, I don't want to harp back to Mark 11, but it's just it makes my point emphasis even better. Or even Banano in Group B. You've got PH in, you've got Emre Yilmaz, you've got Umar in their groups respectively who are beating everyone else.
Yeah.
So then they just start pulling away. In this group, we thought Fouma was the guy. Fuma's losing. So everyone is taking points away from each other.
Yeah, it's crazy how tight it is. And it does look like anyone can beat anyone. And to be honest, I think the group has lived up to the reputation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's carnage, but I think it's great for us, it's great for the viewers, because when it's tighter and it's more exciting like that, anything can happen. As Tekkz on the attack again here.
Could be in, couple of step overs, sells Van Dijk.
Good defender.
Just does enough. Does the Dutchman. And a recycle of possession for the one-os. 1-0. Levi De Weerd still leading against Fouma.
It does seem, it hurts me a little bit, Sol Campbell. I have got a soft spot for Spurs, so if ever I get him, I have to just discard him instantly. Just out of principle. Can't do it to myself. Although I'm surprised someone else was using him last time as well. Is it the Thunderstruck? Is it version of it?
Yes.
Is it? Yeah. Or Centurion, I can't remember what version it was.
I think it was the Thunderstruck Sol Campbell.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know that was a popular one with a few people actually.
He's at the back there as he steps out of position, but Van Dijk does well for him. Free kick, long way out. Yellow card for Mbappe.
Double Jude.
It's a long, long way out here. As Socrates over it. 41 metres to be exact. Just see the play look onto Van Dijk. It's going to be direct. It's whipped in. It's a header from Virgil van Dijk. And
I like the idea. It's so good aerially, right, Virgil van Dijk.
Aerial plus and power header.
Yeah, it's a lethal combo. The amount of goals I can see to him from corners and crosses in the weekend league is absolutely insane. And if you're a nutter like way back and use him up front, then
it's guaranteed goals.
Yeah, honestly, you should have seen what he was doing. It was incredible. He was chefing it up, I'll tell you that.
Jude Bellingham, edge of the box, into De Bruyne, bounces back, Pateas, a little bit fortunate for the one-os, but he will take it. Alexia Pateas into Kevin De Bruyne, finds the top left corner, 2-goal cushion reinstated for the one-os. A little bit unfortunate for Tekkz defensively, but the one-os will not care one bit.
Yeah, no, it's again, patient, short passing in and around that box area. And the thing is, for me, that I find interesting is, obviously, I know a lot of people this year, they like to play that byline cutback. He's not looking for that every time. He's trying to sort of play it through the middle, a little bit in and around the box. And again, 3-1, but 9-minute halves, 3-1. It's more, I think it's more than doable. I mean, this half isn't even over yet. It's more than doable.
It's doable, but he don't want it to be doable. He wants to just get 3 or 4 goals up and see a game out. Spoke to him at the global qualifier after he had qualified on media day, and he was talking about how he likes being ahead of games, because the control that you have over 9 minutes in both halves, you can really dictate the tempo and dictate the play.
Yeah.
He's not really been in a position in many of these games to control. He's been chasing.
Yeah, I mean, even in the first game when he went 1-0 up, he was paid back very quickly by Levy.
Yeah.
He didn't have much chance at all to sort of dominate. Maybe one last chance at the end of the half.
Ginola inside the box, little tug of the shirt, but the referee won't mind it. Mbappe, nice feet. Where can Kylian go? Step overs.
Shoot.
Van Dijk.
Good defending.
Yeah,
it is. I think, as well, as much as we said that we've kind of been surprised at Tekkz, we have to give credit to the one. He's been very, very good in the half. Very composed.
Patient.
Yeah, patient. Great keeper movement. Defended well. Fantastic performance from him.
Well, there you have it for half-time in Group D. Lots of discussion right now. Zach Moore in the corner. Former world championship coach. Remember him all the way back in 2017. Coaching the Bullock on that occasion.
Got all the knowledge, haven't you, mate? Very professional.
It's just off the dome.
It's all there.
There's a lot back here. There's a lot stored back here.
He's got the lot. That's how I describe. Whenever I say that to Mr. Bugger, I say very consummate professional. That's how we love to see it.
I really do try. The 1-0 must be dreamland right now. 3-1 up against Tekkz. You come into this game, and I really don't want to disrespect his ability, but every single person that you speak to, whether it's people doing watch-alongs right now, people who have messaged beforehand saying, how do you see this group playing out? What's your thoughts on it? Everyone said it's a four-player group with the 1-0s who they expect to be coming up in last. That's simply not been the case, and he has performed really well.
Yeah, he has. And even with a half to come, you can't knock how he's played in that first half. I know he got battered in the last game, but take that aside. First game, result. Third game, looking good for a result. I don't think we can write Tekkz off, though, especially with, again, that 9-minute half. I think it's just so key to mention because people forget how long that is.
Beta 567 there saying 1-0, chill.
He's just saying, yeah, just.
Really a Calvin Phillips owner.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say either he's saying to him just relax a little bit on the ball or chill. I got rid of 5 of mine at a lower price, so I've lost.
You bought for 135?
Yeah, 135. I think I sold for like what? Panic sold for like 109. So yeah, it's trading with Pi has gone very well again as always.
We're back underway in the second half of play. The 1-0s in that white strip. If you are just joining us from left to right, I think it might be the Preston North End kit.
That is an interesting choice of kit if he's gone for P&E. No, don't. I bet. Funny fan base. That's all I'll say about that.
And from right to left, it is Tekkz in that orange of Manchester City. Red time Travella, and that gives us a good chance to bring in our third commentator for this second half. Casey, you've been around the players. You've been getting a feel of the atmosphere, shall we say, here at the studio. It feels more tense this week. I don't know if that's just me.
It does. I think they know it's the group of death. They're coming into this knowing that every single game is about to be a battle, a fight. And so you definitely feel it back in the players' lounge, right here in the studio. It's intense.
Well, Tekkz needs a goal if he wants to try and get back into this game. But Sol Campbell is on the tip of Pi's tongue earlier on today. He's in the way once again. I used his loan, believe it or not, because my centre-back got injured.
No!
Red card.
You're one of those.
No, Rich,
and I brought him in. And he was very good, I have to say. He did a job at the back.
I didn't expect you to be alone, man. Wow, there's just no one. Do you know what? That pass there, I can't believe where Van Dijk's going. He's not got a single man close to him. It's almost easy. It's weird to say that, isn't it?
Well,
that's really, almost easy.
He's got really unfortunate, I've got to say, because Hansen, it looked like was in the right lane at the right time to intercept it. It's bounced underneath her foot, and 4-1, the 1-0 leads.
4-1, I mean, who would have thought this outcome? But you know one thing that I do love about the 1-0s? It doesn't matter who is sat in front of him. It could be Tekkz, who is arguably one of the best FC players of all time. He's not intimidated.
The 1-0s is blossoming into this tournament, I've got to say.
Blossoming.
His performances.
I mean, if he holds on here for a win, even loses last game, he's still going to have 6 points. I mean, he's got to be, you got to think, buzzing with that, considering
absolutely
how he's kind of been spoken about before the groups got underway.
In that other match that is currently taking place between Fouma and Levy, there has been a goal. We will tell you which way it has gone. It's Mbappe into Pateas, and that is Levy in a very, very comfortable position. 2-0 up.
What is this group, Richard? What is going on? That's great defending there again for the one. What is going on?
So Fouma was the man who everyone was going, 7 points, he's looking good. He's now losing 2-0. So that means Fuma's on 7. Tekkz will be on
0 as it stands if this is the result.
Yeah, the 1-0 goes to 6.
Do you think the fact that Fouma won his first games, he almost got into like a coasting mindset?
Well,
maybe he let his guard down a bit.
We've seen a bit of a trend in if you play the first 4 games of your group, you play game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Emre Yilmaz, 10 points. PhD, 10 points. Sean was the outlier in this. He didn't have a great performance, but Fouma would go. He'd still be top. He'd be on 7 coming into this round. He would have played 4 in a row. 7 could top the group. In all honesty, with how tight this group is. Mbappe, what has he got up the locker? Step overs, just goes into 2 players there of the 1-0. It's a bad pass out the back, and once again Tekkz will come forward with numbers. Kevin De Bruyne, he needs to unlock something. Hansen on the finesse.
Good goal, good goal. And you know, it's funny you say that. If the top of the group is 7 points, I know this is so weird to say, but if you come back after Christmas and have 1 or 2 points, you still are not out of it if 7 is the top.
Well, as it stands, as right now, if I was to tell you the group,
yeah,
Fouma 7 top. The 1-0 would be on 6. He would be 2nd. Levy would be 3rd on 6 points. So 2 players on 6 points there.
Yeah.
And then Obrun would be on 4, and he plays Tekkz in the last round, with that final fixture being the 1-0 versus Levy. So one of them 2 has got potential to go to 9.
Yeah.
They would top it. If they draw, they go to 7. You'd have 7, 7, 7. Lucky for some. And then Obrun and Tekkz, the bottom 2.
That's crazy also because Obrun and Tekkz have had some historic
they were the 2
matchups
favourites
to date
as well.
too. Wow, insane.
They were the 2 favourites that everyone said, yeah, one of them 2 is definitely going to top the group. It's not the case. That's why we love it.
I just see just slowing the game down a little bit. He's not been kind of as, I'd say, as crazy as he has been earlier on in the game. He's kind of just,
early
when I say that, he tries a mad pass. You know, it is, and again, I keep forgetting 67th minute.
9-minute halves. It's a long old time to try and keep possession, especially when Tekkz has turned on the tap.
Yeah, and now he is rushing them past out. He wasn't doing that earlier in the game. He was playing with a lot more composure. Now he's kind of, it's a sort of 3rd time there that he's just played a bit of a rush pass. That's something I do way too much. Just spam A. No, I do. I do it all the time, mate. I'm just like quick pass, and yeah, just end up giving it away. Good interception there from Teo Hernandez.
Could have runners going forward here. Just look at the top-hand side of your screen. I think it's David Ginola.
That's a
pass.
Great
there is Ginola.
Hansen, she was offside, unfortunately. Couldn't play that first time.
Step overs into the box.
That's a great goal. That's honestly, that goal from start to finish was so well worked.
He just opened the picture with the pass from Ginola. He made the run on the far side, and that's where the ball got played in the end.
It's the vision on the pitch here for Tekkz. Normal FC players don't see that.
I saw it, and maybe it's his new glasses.
Oh, all right.
2020
Us
vision.
11-win players, we don't necessarily see that.
No, I just made the mistake there of playing that ball first time to Hansen, who I think was offside. That's what I do.
And then get frustrated because you go, it went offside.
Yeah, or just go, why did I do that? Whereas there, though, Tekkz has that ability to just be patient. And I think, again, here, the 1-0 has just got to calm it down a bit. He's playing a lot of passes that are just rushing out the back, and he's just giving Tekkz a chance to keep waving onto him.
We're in a pause right now between the 1-0s and Tekkz. The other game that is currently taking place, 66 minutes on the clock. This is between Levy and Fouma. These are live shots that we're going to give you right now while that pause does come in. Fouma all in black from left to right, and in white from right to left is Levy.
The power of technology, multi-screen.
Does he have a 3rd goal potentially in his future?
That was so good off the ball then from Van Dijk to stop that run through.
Takes the space. Serginho Dest does well. We're back underway in our featured matchup.
Who's Dest? I've just realised Dest must be on for someone.
Is there a Tekkz comeback? Trails 4-3. He's got so much time. We have to remind you, 9-minute halves. I don't know the math because I didn't do well at school, but I'm sure there's someone out there who can break down 20 minutes into a 9-minute half.
Well, it's about
4 minutes.
Yeah, about 4. Probably about 3:50, I reckon it'd be close.
3 minutes 50.
Yeah, around that.
Time out of an average pop song Tekkz has got to get back into this game.
Do you reckon in 2023? I reckon that dropped down to about 3 minutes. Nowadays they put 2-minute songs out. It's in and out, job done. Don't laugh. Why is he? I don't, because I called you a consummate professional earlier. I can't have
15 minutes left to go. The 1-0s. Looking for a fifth. Here is Alphonso Davies. His fullback play has been exquisite, I've got to say. The step overs, creating the space inside the box. Once again, the player look proving useful. Oh. It's about time Mike Maignan made a save.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a camera save, to be honest with you. And do you know what I just noticed there? I know you're about De Bruyne, as we've got a goal in the other game. I know you noticed about De Bruyne. He stepped off there, gave him a lot of space.
You mentioned the goal in the other match, Casey. It went Fouma's way. Is there a potential comeback here for the group leader?
I mean, yeah, 2-1, the most dangerous scoreline in all of football, so anything could happen. Honestly, prediction on this one, I think this one ends as a draw.
Cheers, Mike Lowen. Now, Fouma, he showed really good attacking play, I've got to say. I mean, I think you had the chance to speak to him earlier on today. Saying he's emotionless might sound like a bad thing, but it's a real positive because he doesn't get embroiled in the game. He doesn't really celebrate. He's so focused. And Stingray almost does his celebrating for him.
He really does.
As you see, Warner brother. Everyone saw it. Not everyone can execute it. That's the difference. That's a subliminal shot to you, Pi.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, that's what Casey just said about what Tekkz is, isn't it? He can execute it, and he knows there. So I'm sorry, Casey, for a bit of Kevin De Bruyne slander there. Jeez, I've nearly taken that out.
Pi's ruined the commentary desk. He's just pulled the booth.
I've nearly taken
He's pulling the booth apart.
Yeah, sorry. If the sound goes down on your live stream, I have literally nearly hammered the whole box off the desk.
He's pulled the wires.
Yeah. Basically, don't touch anything, and we'll be all right.
We're back underway. 10 minutes left to play here between Levy and Fouma. Are we back?
No, I think we are back. Yeah, we're okay now. It's okay. I can confirm for the people of the stream, it is safely on the desk, although it was nearly on the floor.
Well, let's head back to our featured matchup. 12 minutes left to play. The 1-0 is being player locking left, right, and centre. It's a player lock party. As once again, just fakes it down the byline. Creates a space. Trevella's on Van Dijk. There's a brick wall at the back, and he made sure he was in the way there. What we got here? Jude, power shot? No. I wanted it.
You wanted it.
I would love to have seen that. I would have loved to have seen that. God, this is tense, isn't it? I tell you now, it's very tense.
Bit of a wasted corner, I'll be honest. We've got a goal in our other matchup.
Oh, that's a sloppy pass. What a gift.
Levy, 3-1 up. Frustration. That's a frustrated Fouma right there.
You don't really see that very often, too.
That's the sort of goal I give away.
Ginola.
Big chance.
Oh,
it's
done
game on.
4-4. Breaks away. Ginola in that position. He scored the third, and he scored the fourth. And he's got time, does Tekkz. And the 1-0s for that fact. The step overs, smashed it past the goalkeeper. Game well and truly on, Casey.
My Calvin Phillips is getting very, very excited in my club right now. Hopefully we can maybe get one more and then get that upgrade. We'll see.
As much as I do like to go for the underdog, I've got to say here, I would like to see Tekkz do it. If I'm totally honest, I back every player, but it would be just for the group. It would be very good. I mean, think about how the points would be if he gets a win here.
You'd have what, 4 points separating all 5 players, pretty much. 7-3.
And with Tekkz to play again in the last match.
You could end today with 2 points separating top and bottom. That's how tight this group has been.
Geez, the second week of this group is about to be intense because we have a couple other groups that the spread is pretty massive and there might not be too many changes, but this one, anything can happen.
And by the time we come back as well, we might have been playing on a different update. We'll definitely have new items in the game. It's going to be, what, January 28th?
Oh, that's Marlon's on and he's just made an absolute cracking interception. That could be key.
Graham, Hansen, finesse!
Oh, I didn't see that. Honestly, that interception from Marlon was quality. I'm guessing he's literally just, I don't know if he took off.
It's on that right-hand side, whoever it was. I think it might have been Ginola. The goal scorer has made way.
Go on, Jude.
The ball falls nicely for the 1-0s. Out wide to Theo Hernandez. This is the areas where he's proved most dangerous. Kevin De Bruyne. Opens up the space for the pass, not on this occasion. Player looking to Ginola. João Cancelo all over him like a rash, but Ginola holds on. De Bruyne on the strike, and a counter-attack coming the other way. Led through. Tekkz on the far left-hand side through Theo Hernandez.
One more chance he might get here, Richard Casey. One more chance. He's gonna
playing
go patient for it. He's gonna go patient for it.
He'll wait for it. I think that the break, he sat down and really thought about his defense, because
that's a good press from the 1-0 though to force him back again.
I'm so impressed about Texas defense coming into this game, because I think the first ones he struggled. I mean, obviously he struggled a lot with it, but he's a lot stronger coming off of the break.
Still conceding 4.
Still, he's not losing.
He's not, and he might be winning.
Wow.
Very shortly indeed. Cancelo out wide to the byline. Puts it back, Sol Campbell.
Well read, well read. That was a big.
Hold on, it's not over yet. Mbappe.
Campbell.
Good step.
Campbell, I tell you what, Campbell has been solid as much as it pays me to say. What a game. I mean, what a game.
Point shared. You said defensively he has improved. I think he has, but still he'll be very disappointed to have sunk 4 goals.
I think so too. I think he's the type of player that if he doesn't get 3 points, he's not coming out happy.
Absolutely. Point shared between the 1-0 and Tekkz. The 1-0 will be really disappointed. That'll feel like 2 points dropped massively. Tekkz obviously made the comeback, got back into the game, and didn't really have a chance at the end there. It was half chances, but nothing clear cut. That is a man who will feel deflated.
Yeah, and that's crazy to think, because if you think coming into the game, I think he would have been very happy with the point. But 4-1 up, he was in control, and then second half, Tekkz just kind of woke up a little bit. Some sloppy passes from the 1-0, and yeah, 4-4, as you say, Richard, he's gonna be gutted to only have a point there.
Well, the other match did finish between Levy and Fouma, and it was Levi De Weerd with 3 points on the board. That is Fouma's day done. His last game of competitive FC before the Christmas break. He wrapped up on 7 points from a possible 12. Not a bad haul, but given his sort of performances in the opening 3 games, he'd been going into that Levy game thinking 10's on the cards here, Casey.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, he's coming off with a very, very solid performance. Last one, not so much, but if I'm Fouma, I'd be very, very proud of myself. If I'm Levy coming out of that game, I'm feeling really good. Going against Fouma and seeing how great he did today as well, it's a good win.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure sharing the commentary booth with Casey and Pieface. 2 cracking games, 4-4. Game of the day for me. Let's head on over to the desk with Frankie, joined by Fouma.
Merci beaucoup, mes amis. Yes, I'm joined by Fouma. And Fouma, not the most emotional player, but we just had a little chat. You don't seem happy.
No, the last game, Levy deserved to win. I have like 0 chance. It was 2-0. I scored 2-1, and I do like a really stupid mistake. So I'm really like mad of that, because I can't do that at the moment, because maybe I can get a last chance, even if I don't deserve to make a draw. It's possible, even if I don't deserve. So like maybe it was like 83, so maybe 1 or 2 last chance. So I'm like a bit mad of that.
Well, don't be too sad, because you have had a fantastic day. And you mentioned making mistakes against Levy, and you were a player who is so good at capitalising on your opponent's mistakes. Is there a tell that they give you that they're about to make a mistake that you can jump on when you're playing?
Sorry?
So how do you know that your opponent is about to make a mistake that you can just jump on and score from?
I think I don't like watch too much my opponent when you mean when I attack, or when?
When you score,
yeah,
you turn it around so quickly.
Yeah, like I just like wait to see what my opponent do in defense, or just sometimes I do what I think is gonna be good, and sometimes it works, sometimes not. So like I don't know.
And have you always been such a technical player?
Like, I think, like, yeah, I'm attacking player. I'm better in attack than in defense, that's sure. But yeah, it was always my most like I don't know how to say it, but like I'm better in attack. I don't know.
Well, it has been a fantastic night for you. No matter how you feel about the result, if you watch it back, you'll be very proud. I've got to send you over though to talk about your draft with Brandon and Ryan. So allons-y.
Fouma, welcome in. 7 points from 12 tonight. Have a stand here with us. We'll look at your draft for tonight. If you could have changed anything about your team after playing 4 games of it tonight, what would you have changed?
Maybe Cafu was not the best because like I don't really care of the defense. Like no one was like crazy today in defense. Only Levy for me was crazy in defense. So I think the most important is the attack and to try to score more than my opponent. So maybe like better attacking the right back.
Not worth the 800k.
Yeah, not worth it. Who would you say in this squad is the underrated player? The one that doesn't get the headlines, but they do the dirty work for the team.
I think I'm the only one who play with Vinicius, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I think so. You are. I think you are. Yeah.
So for me, he's the best, like with Mbappe and Ginola.
Yeah.
He's so speed and like really quick in the box for turns, so yeah. I like it.
And last one, sort of from us, Fouma. 7 points from 12 today in what's a really difficult group. I mean, the question I've got to ask you. Your attacking play style is relentless. Is that just what you're all about? Forget the clean sheet, forget the defense, just goals, 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 goals. As long as I score more than you, I'm okay.
Yeah, I think I play really good today, but the last one, like every time I play Levy, he's the only guy in the world I can't attack. So I don't know how it's possible, but I like have 10 chance every game, but versus Levy, it was 80 minutes and I have like 0 chance, so I don't know. Every time I play him, he's the best in defense, so GG's to him.
Yeah, GG's. I have one last question before I let you head off. In terms of coaching, you have Stingray behind you. You have a good experience with each other. You won a trophy together. How does it help having someone that plays the game behind you as well?
Like you say, like we win a trophy together, and so we have a really good relationship. And he helped me like because he really know the game. Yeah. And he just helped me to be like more confident in my game, and he really know how I play. Yeah. Because I think I didn't change my play style in 2 past years, so he know how I play. So it's good to have my friend behind me.
Yeah. Well, look, I know you don't seem too happy, but 7 points from 12 is not bad going. He will be back again in the new year. Fouma, well played today. Frankie, it's back over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, this has been the toughest and closest competition we have seen so far in the FC Pro Open. And coming up in a couple of minutes, we have our final games. But before then, let's just set the stakes here, set the scene. Fouma, no more games to play, and he's sitting at the top with those 7 points. But can Levy take another victory and in a way be the shock table topper of the night? We expected him to do well against opponents like the one-offs, opponents who don't have as much experience as the big names in this group, but we certainly didn't expect him to dominate. But can he follow up on that promise he's shown so far? Well, after the break, we are going to have those final games of the evening, including the one we did think would be a top-of-the-table clash, but is now looking like a desperation battle. Tekkz's last chance for a win tonight, up against Obrun after this break.
PlayStation.
Welcome back to the FC Pro Open live from London, and we just have one more round before we head off for Christmas and the new year. But do not go anywhere, because this is going to be the most interesting round so far. And you'll know why after you take a look at the table and see the results of the night so far. Fouma drawing his first, a couple of wins, and then a loss against Levy at the end of it. And Levy looked like maybe he would lose momentum in this second game, but he has come back fighting so strongly, Richard.
I mean, this group is ridiculous for the simple fact that 2 wins is top to bottom. You win this last game if you are Tekkz or Obrun. If you Tekkz, you win it, you're in the hunt. You go into the Christmas break thinking, yeah, I'm in this group. Obrun wins this game. You come into this Christmas break going, I'm on 7 points, tied top of the table, feeling good about myself. Like, they're not going to play for a draw because that's in neither player's best interest, but it's a must-not-lose game for both players. It's captivating.
Pieface, are you surprised by what's happened for Tekkz tonight?
Yeah, I am. I mean, if you were saying 1 point after 3 games, you'd be shocked. And I think he can't really afford to lose this. A draw, I don't even think is enough. 2 points coming back after Christmas. The only saving grace is the current top of the table is 7 points. I think that's all for a draw, but I think this is a must-win. It's a monster game.
The coin balance certainly didn't expect it either.
No, it did not. No. We're probably, I think, 100k down, I think.
Are you talking about yourself now?
Oh, yeah. Well, I wasn't until Richard rubbed it in, but yeah, no, I think with all the Karamos in this, I must be about 300,000 coins in the mud, I think. So it's gone well, it's gone well.
I love having you as an analyst, but I am never, ever taking transfer market advice from you, Pieface.
That's what they say. Don't take pie trading advice.
But do watch his stream because it's hilarious and very entertaining.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
In 3 games today, Tekkz hasn't picked up a win, which is
extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, on the other side of it, Obrun, 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss. Is the tide starting to turn? He drew his first game, he then lost his second, he won his last game. Is he starting to get a little bit of momentum? I don't know.
Well, I want your predictions then. Do you think Tekkz can bring it back in this game against Obrun?
My prediction for this game, I'm going to go... I don't want to say draw. I'm going to definitively say Tekkz win.
Interesting, Pieface. You're always going to say it.
Yeah, I'm going 5-2 Tekkz. I want to.
5-2.
Yeah, I want to see. Do you know what? It's not just that. I want to see him do it so that when we come back, it's the group is alive. You know, it keeps it.
Is that like a man who's about to win 5-2?
Hey, he's in the zone. Okay, all right. I believe.
I'm going to say Obrun just to balance things out a bit. Let's head over to Casey because she's actually with Obrun to see how his nerves are.
Yes, I am with Obrun as we take a little stroll over to his player chair. Now, Obrun, you're just coming fresh off a break, which it can be a good time to, reset, but you're sitting in 4th in the group. How are you feeling about that?
The group is close, so I think that maybe now I'm not doing my best, but I will try to do my best in the last game. And so, but it's long. We have also the second journey on January, so it's good.
Now, this last matchup is probably one of the ones that I've been looking forward to today. You have Tekkz, which you've had a lot of historic matchups. Tell me about this game. What are you looking for in this game?
I don't know because I know him, he knows me, so I think that will be a great match, but no tactics because it's the first game in FC 24. So I think that will be a great match for the spectators.
All right, well, everyone get excited because this game is about to be very, very intense. I'll let you go set up for your match.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly is going to be an action-packed on this one because it means so much, Ryan, in terms of what this could do for the group of death, as we've called it, Group D, heading into the new year. When we're back again to do all of these groups once again. Obrun has won a game, has lost a game, and has drew a game. Tekkz, on the other hand, couple of points on the boards, but can't end tonight with a couple of points on the board. He needs to win. He needs to win this one to really stay in that conversation.
Yeah, it's a massive game for his confidence as well, going into the final or the second game week next year anyway. For Obrun, coming off of a fantastic win against Levy, although he had to sit out, so maybe that could work against him. He could come in cold. Tekkz, however, was 4-1 down, brought it back to 4-4. The other game going on in Group D, the one us up against Levy. The one else on 4 points, Levy currently on 6. So that was another massive game. Whoever wins that is a very, very important game as well. So many important games going on just because of the implications of from each point how far it goes to get top 2 in the group.
Well, it will be the 29th of January. I've just looked at when these players will be back in London, back in town, obviously the week before the finals of this tournament. So it could be a great way to come back into some fine form as we load into our final matchup of the night. It's Obrun against Tekkz, two players that have matched up a few times in past years. They played in the European qualifier last year, where Tekkz did win 5-4. But the last time they actually played on LAN came in the World Finals in 2022. They were in the same group. Both did share a result in that one. So far on FC Pro this year, they haven't faced online or even at LAN.
32% possession. Is that... wow, that is...
I mean, for Obrun, that is so not Obrun.
Yeah, that's unbelievably low. Wow. I guess in the game when he was losing 3-0, I think the ones probably kept possession a lot in that game. But even still, if Obrun kicking from left to right...
It's just a small
technical
pause in this one. We will come back to it soon between the two players. In other news, I think we may be underway in our other matchup. We are indeed the one-off against Levi De Weerd over here. Why this is a bit more important, Ryan, is because Levy could top the table tonight. He could be on 9 points.
9 points would be an incredible return after the first game week. And the one-off as well, if he wins this, could be on 7 points, which again is a fantastic return, especially coming in as an underdog. But there were people who didn't expect him to get a point. Genuinely, he was that much against the odds, and he's done it. He's turned in some fantastic performances. He could argue he could already be on 6 points. He not threw away, but he was 4-1 up against them. He should have potentially seen that game out.
We were backstage, Ryan, watching round 4, and you literally said, we were sitting there, you went, we're not taking this guy seriously.
I thought he was good. Genuinely, the first one was against Tekkz when he was prodding on, pushing forward for the goals. I was impressed. I think that's off. Is that off? It was onside. Wow, that would have been that was a good chance there from Levy. But yeah, I was impressed with the way he built up. He did have a slice of fortune in a couple of the goals or the chance creation side of things, but he made it count.
Certainly has been the surprise package tonight. Beat Obrun 3-0, did the one-offs. His first international finals, which he has made. Ginola, Mbappe. De Bruyne will try and turn his man. Fouma has finished his games for today, as we caught with him just a second ago. Ginola to run forward for what will be a perfect start for Levy. We spoke about the Travellas, Ryan. We haven't really seen a great deal of them go into the back of the net tonight.
Yeah, that was it. Once he slowed down there, the ball inside and the ball outside again. Green timed, finding the back of the net. It's a great start for Levy.
Shaking Levy there as well. Just shows the level of concentration he's putting into this one. I mean, they never would have matched these two. Just off the basis of where they play. The competitive games region-wise. We can confirm as well that Obrun versus Tekkz has kicked off now. We'll jump back over to it for you. Big game this one. Tekkz currently on 1 point from 9. Desperate for a win, desperate to get this group stage underway properly. We've seen it across the other groups, Ryan, how difficult it is going to be for those players coming back in January that were unlucky, similar, you could argue, to Matthias Bonano, his teammate.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you start slow, and in a group format you get punished, and you get punished heavily when things don't go your way. As I said, when it's only 2 players from the 5 that advance, it is very difficult to come back from those sort of deficits when you're chasing the group.
Here's Teo Hernandez, Tekkz looking find the first goal in the game. There has been a goal in the other game. Which way has it gone? Is it the one West, or is it Levi De Weerd on for a double? It is. Pateles back to Ginola, makes it 2-0. And it looks like Levy wants the top spot. He wants to finish Group D, top of the tree, heading into the festive break. To come out with 9 points from this group, Ryan.
It's unbelievable.
We said that no one would be perfect, and they haven't gone perfect.
I think I had a prediction I didn't mention it on stream. My prediction was somebody would finish, the highest points would have been maximum 8. I thought there'd been a lot of draws spread across the players in this group. So to finish on 9, if he manages to see out this game, is an unbelievable return.
Cancelo, what pass that is, Hansen. Tekkz.
Good defending.
Finding plenty of step-overs. In terms of upgrades tonight, every player has been upgraded in this group, just not Texas Calvin Phillips, who was the most expensive player on the market. De Bruyne fancies that one. I mean, Richard was putting it out perfectly. How this De Bruyne hasn't really lived up to maybe the performance that he gave in past tournaments, such as the Open Qualifier. That would have been one way to restore a bit of faith in the Manchester City midfielder. Mbappe, back to Yaya Toure, no way through. I was trying to think, Ryan, Mbappe, how many coins is he on the market?
I believe he's around 2 to 2.2 million coins, potentially. I think that's a price.
What would that be in yen?
That is a $1 million question that I can't answer.
Do you not yen? What do you reckon?
Yeah, the conversion rate I'm not too familiar with, but
I'm sure someone might know who's watching in the Twitch chat. Maybe let us know. Interchange of possession.
You can see with Obrun the way he attacks, it's sort of mapped out in his head. He knows where his players are going to be. He's very familiar with his play style and his formation, the players of choice. It's a great ball.
I think he's onside as well. Can he pass that ball across? Yes, he can. It falls to Hansen. It just didn't fall the way of Mbappe, which I believe he was looking for. The cross was just a bit loopy. And
yeah, I thought it was going to be played on the floor. I think the option was there. He still got the corner, whipped in, back post.
Defended well by Hansen. On the other side for Obrun, it's headers and volleys in the box. Janola's there, Bompasta goes down to ground. Actually, truly was fighting for the badge. Could be another big switch of play. It was a bit too textbook there. De Bruyne did make the block, but couldn't do much more than that. In the other game, Levy still leads 2 goals to 0 against the Wanos. This is our final round of play here in Group D tonight. Headline news is Tekkz is without a win, 1 point from 9 at the moment. Desperate to end tonight with 4 points. A win here would allow him to do that. Hansen touches it down. This is where we need to see Tekkz do what he can on the finesse. Tekkz didn't need a time green that time. Just needed a bit of time to line up this shot with Hansen, who, to be brutally honest, doesn't really do anything that special about it. Just chests it down, takes a couple of touches to the edge of the box, and finesses it in.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was looking for that moment. He whipped in across back post, sort of. There was a mismatch. Bompasta up against Cancelo, pushing forward on the overlap. It falls into him, manages to get to the other side of the box, bringing it down, and as we said, a green time finesse shot with Hansen. Finesse shot plus, it was mentioned to be slightly nerfed in the patch notes, but once you green time it, you give yourself the best chance to find the back of the net.
Well, he was the only player to use Trailblazer, Hansen, in the FC Pro Open Global Qualifier. There was a few people that looked at him and thought, are you sure about that? I mean, she was costing like 1.5 million coins, nearly 2 million. No surprise he features again tonight. Mbappe wins it back nicely there for Tekkz. As he looks to build for a second, Mbappe on his own still. Trivela! Starting to find his groove, isn't he? Mbappe. No way past Teo Hernandez that time.
The way Obrun's playing, the only way I can describe it, or a word for it, is scared. Genuinely, I feel as if there's passing lanes that open up. He's sort of tentative. He doesn't want to play the passes forward. You can look here. He's player lock-in. He tends to recycle. Now he's going forward. Mbappe.
Is there one more pass? There should be. Ginola on his own. Where's he going? Where's he going? He looked like he had a chance to score once, twice, 3 times there. Tekkz did enough to somehow just guess away and dive. Ginola steal, yeah, Torre. Referee! Rio Ferdinand has been terrible tonight.
How many times?
In terms of giving away penalties.
What is going on?
It's a gift from Obrun from the spot with Modric.
Come on now.
He goes the same way.
That one there, for me, I think he should have got possession back. And it's a penalty, don't get it twisted. If you look at the replay, he doesn't get any of the ball. But you know what the intention is from Tekkz. He's pressed circle there to retrieve possession. It's missed the ball completely. It's tackled and taken out the attacker. And Obrun equalises it, putting it into the top corner. That is crazy defending. Rio, goodness.
But just back to the point, we saw a stat coming into this game. Obrun, 32% possession on average across his matches.
Yeah, it's not something that you associate.
He's normally the one that keeps the possession,
that's
isn't he?
The thing, yeah, it dictates the tempo a lot. But I think for today, Obrun, maybe his play style or his approach to this has been a little bit different. As I said, this game, he's attacked once, in my opinion, with sort of intention, and he should have scored with that Ginola scoop turn or ball roll scoop. For me, it was an almost certain goal. The goalkeeper movement was made well before he took the shot. And he got lucky in terms of receiving the penalty and to equalise. So yeah, he's back into this game.
Obviously that would keep Obrun ahead of Tekkz by 3 points. He'd be on 5 points. Tekkz would be on 2 if they were to draw this game. In the other game, it's half-time. Levy leads by 2-0 against the 1OS. He looks like he's going top of the group. That's Levi De Weerd of Team Hullet. He is really starting to find his form, and I can assure you being teammates of PH may have helped him in that in the Eredivisie. Obrun!
It's nice. It's a nice goal.
Suddenly comes to life.
It looks easy. He makes it look easy. Winning possession with Bompasta, playing it to Tekkz down the line. Hansen, player lock pass, green time. Top corner for Obrun. Turns this game on its head. He was 1 goal down. He's made the right choice there going forward. This is what surprises me. This is what I'm saying. Obrun's lethal in the area, so it doesn't make sense for him to be as scared. I say scared. I don't think he is in terms of his emotion. It's just the way he's playing portrays him as not being... He's being too risk averse. So when he's pushing forward now, you can see the dangerous nature of his attacks and how lethal he is in the box. So yeah, 2-1 to the good for Obrun.
I mean, we spoke about this as well, Ryan, off air. Just how Tekkz must be feeling inside. As the stress of not putting wins on the board suddenly starts to build. Modric. Yeah, Torre intercept. It just, you said if you win your first game, it's a different scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, changes the dynamics of your approach into every other game. And when you're Tekkz, you have the expectation on your shoulders, not only from yourself, but from the community. A lot of players would have invested, or people would have invested in his FC Pro live item. Pie Face, one person here that did so. And yeah, we know how high of a regard he holds himself to. And of course, not being able to perform today, even if he wins this game, right? Turns out he will be angry. He still will be fuming.
There's a few passes there again, just goes completely off stride. I don't know who made that one. But a few times today, passes just haven't landed that normally would, and you can understand the frustration from Tekkz. We quickly jump over to our other game. It's just kicked off for the second half now. Let's quickly check into it. The 1OS maybe on 3 points, which is more than Tekkz as it stands. He wouldn't be bottom of the group. But for Levy, more of the same, Ryan, and he'll end Group D top of the table. Still leads by 2-0. We heard Fouma say that in another world he might not have invested so much in Cafu.
Yeah, it is a heavy amount to invest in a fullback, but if you're utilising your fullback in a 4-3-2-1, you have them on overlap, you want them to be nimble and good in possession, but I feel as if Cancelo does the job. I think he's good enough to utilise as your attacking fullback, and then you could spend the extra 600,000 coins maybe on another attacker or a centre mid or midfield upgrade.
Ginola. Is there an overlap available? No, not this time. Obrun has had an interesting run of results today. Drew against Fouma, lost against the 1OS 3-0, beats Levy. Now finds himself 2-up against Tekkz. Obviously, he was one of those players that was also invited into this tournament, so wasn't necessarily allowed to play in a number of the Open Qualifiers where extra practice would have been there. There's De Weerd. Oh, red time finish. Took a wicked deflection on the way through. And in time of 1 minute, we're nearly at half-time. What a turn this could be. Hansen on her own. Does she need an extra pass? Ball roll. Keeper goes missing. And Obrun will find a third.
I think this goal here sort of learnt his lesson from the mistake earlier on. Getting the ball in behind a ball roll. He's calm, he's composed, he's waiting for the goalkeeper to move out of the way, and then he puts it into the corner just before half-time. That quick pass there from Yaya Toure is a phenomenal one, just to give him that 1v1 situation. And I don't know what that was.
I think that sums up Tex's Tex's group stage today. I mean, that pass from Yaya Toure, as you're right to say, it just buys you more time to think and to move. Important words now coming in from Zatmore, who has been to the biggest of stages, coaching a handful of the best players in the world. Also was on board with the E-Lions. That is the England team. On the virtual pitch, he has got a big job in his hands now, though, to pull Tekkz back into this one. 3-0 down. Back over we go here. Levy, 25 in-game minutes away from topping this group. Fouma would be in second place. It would be Levy and Fouma top of the table.
I think Obrun would be level on points as well if that game stays the same as well. I believe Obrun, would he be on 7? I think he would be on 7.
Mbappe. Oh, nearly went down to ground there. Mbappe still. Yeah. Levy, take a bow.
That's that La Croqueta when you push towards the byline. A player with at least 4-star skill moves, you go towards the goalkeeper when there's no other option. A La Croqueta cancel into the shot, and it's an easy finish for Levy. That right there, that's the Team Hullet goal. Genuinely, they all do it. Every single one of those players score the exact same goal. It's a tough one because you can't really do too much, but it's a great utilization of the skill move and the cancel mechanics, and then
it's the La Croqueta shot, isn't it?
Yeah, the decision making as well is very, very key.
Causes all sorts of problems. And for the final time tonight, as a special guest, my good chum Richard Buckley joins us on the commentary desk. I mean, Rich, for Tekkz, I mean, it's not looking pretty.
It's certainly not. It could potentially go from bad to worse. I know you mentioned it. I know you mentioned it, guys. Rio Ferdinand. He has been woeful.
He's been a little bit aggressive,
I think he's 4 pens away.
Is it 4?
I think it might be 4.
It's been a travesty, I'll be honest.
It seems a weird thing, right? And I'm sure you can agree with this.
Yeah.
Looks like he's not getting the animations.
No, he isn't.
Van Dijk gets the animations.
Yes, that's why he's the best defender in the game.
Lucio sometimes gets those animations.
Yep.
Blanc gets the animations.
Oh, to what pens?
What did I say about the animations?
That's a pen.
Rio doesn't get them.
That's a pen.
Rio doesn't get them.
That's the animations. Well, I have to say, guys, I actually put Sol Campbell in my my draft. I did stay clear of the Ferdinand train. Here's a chance. Obrun, that would have been painful for Tekkz. After what he should have had was a free kick or a penalty. Corner played short. Finds Modric. This is Obrun. 3-0. Levy leads against the Wanos. As that one starts to head into its final 20 minutes. Levy, as we said, will be top of this Group D. This needs to go for Tekkz now. Mbappe.
Oh,
still Mbappe for Tekkz. All the way across. We'll find Hansen to keep this one alive.
He needed that. He needed that moment just to give him the belief and the hope. We take a look at the replay. Mbappe twisting and turning. It's great dribbling from Tekkz. it's fortunate to fall back to him, but then again, these type of situations, a driven pass across goal, open net.
That driven pass, it's something that a lot of casuals don't really see because it doesn't seem like a pass that's on, but it always connects. The goalkeeper just doesn't react.
Can't do anything, yeah.
I'm more intrigued now to see what sort of Tekkz we get, because he got back into the game against one host and he didn't put his foot on the gas, and I mean, he looked for the winner, but he wasn't able to get it. And I just think when we've seen him in previous tournaments, these games haven't even sort of, it's always been a certainty that he's going to get back into the game and he's going to go on and win it.
Yeah, and in previous years, Tekkz tended to start slower.
2 legs.
There were 2 legs.
That second leg,
he always used to brush aside his opponent. First leg, it took a while to get into the game. Now it's just one best of, you've got one game, 9-minute halves.
So one and done pretty much.
Yeah.
Do you think, question for you both, that Tekkz playing poorly is the reason that this group is all over the place? Because it was expected that Tekkz would get points off people. It was expected that Tekkz would finish this group on 8-9 points. Because he's not, those points have to be distributed somewhere.
Yeah, and I think the one-offs as well, because a lot of people, yourself...
I had 0 points.
Yeah, literally, you wrote him off already. Now he's managing to take... He's taken... Well, he's got 4 points on the board.
Yeah, we did say, didn't we, at the top of the show, if the one-offs was to start taking points off people, which he has, he's got a win from Obrun, he's got a draw against Tekkz. Mbappe, great
that was
save
onside.
at the
I thought it was
start.
off. I thought it was offside.
It would shake up the group, and the one-offs has certainly done that.
And that's with all sincerity to any...
Van Dijk!
Oh my goodness, that's the banker right there. Free header Van Dijk. You expect that to at least find the target. I think one saving grace for Tekkz, if he's managing to get points on the board from this game, I'll speak about after this attack if it results in something. Back post potentially, here we go.
Oh, what a ball! What's a save!
I said he was rubbish. What a save that is.
It's about time.
He owes Tekkz a save.
Yeah, he does. That's a great save. Corner from Obrun. He plays it short. Bombastic. She's going to whip it back post.
Shot available. Yeah, Torre. Great save again.
It's took him 3.5 hours to turn up, but Mike is here.
Hansen and Mbappe. As it recycles all the way across goal again. Working in the smallest of areas is Obrun. There's the big switch. Socrates. Trivella again.
It's a big save.
It's another big save. Tekkz hanging in here at 3-2. Obrun desperate to get that 2-goal cushion once again.
Oh, he's played
It's
it.
a clever pass. Van Dijk!
The little reverse lofted pass there into Van Dijk. It's just an onslaught of attacks from Obrun.
It's just knocking on the door, isn't he, Tekkz? Tekkz still not letting him through. So he hangs in to keep.
He just wants a bit of possession. Being completely honest, does Tekkz. It was an onslaught right there.
Yeah.
Wave after wave of attacks, crosses, back post headers. And he's done really well to not concede.
Well, I was going to mention in terms of the lifeline for Tekkz, I believe, would it be 7 points for second place?
It would be 7, but I'm just looking at Levy's goal difference would put him... Sorry, not Levy. Levy would go to second place, of course he would. Fouma's goal difference.
What a ball that is.
Could be a chance. Teo Hernandez!
That's an unbelievable pass.
And of course it would be Rio Ferdinand, who's been under scrutiny in terms of his performance, who is the hero for Obrun. Last 18 minutes, we are still end-to-end attacking as Obrun looks to find the 4th.
That heel-to-heel drag there, almost. It was a good defending. If he managed to pull that off, I believe that would have found a clear chance
Keep
for
an eye on
Obrun.
Mbappe's run. Full about the player. Bompasta wins it back.
What a game this is, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a neutral and you've not got a lot riding on this game, sit back and enjoy it, because we are ending.
There's going to be goals. That has 15 minutes.
What a game.
Tekkz needs a goal just to keep him in this competition or give him the best chance to progress or stay in the conversation.
Good pass. Looking for the 3rd. De Bruyne runs into Van Dijk. Keep an eye on Hansen on this far side of your screen now.
Playing against Obrun is, when you're losing, the Diamonds is an awful experience. Like genuinely, he's happy to keep possession. He waits for you to force players out.
Hansen against Cancelo.
Oh my goodness.
Brave, it's very brave from Tekkz. Does do well to get himself out of that. in the end. Final 10 minutes is nearly upon us here. Tekkz, as it currently stands, is ending today on 1 point from 12. It has not been a day to remember unless he can surprise us with an equaliser here.
Oh, it's offside. That was a fantastic ball from Tekkz.
I think he might be annoyed because the player who was offside, he locked onto. There was a player who was
perfectly
onside.
open. It's just unlucky. It's genuinely, there's not much you can do in those situations. You just have to, you just have to try your best to regroup and go again after the pause. And
for Obrun here, Ryan, tactical-wise, what could we be looking at from him?
I think he's probably changed a formation or a tactical variation he's comfortable with. Less players going forward, more so just aiming to keep possession, keep options open for the passes, the switch of play. Because technically, obviously, he doesn't necessarily have to score again to win. All he needs to do is just be decisive when defending and going forward, take those opportunities when it comes. And he does that a lot. Again, he's not a player you want to play against when you're down by 1.
One thing I will say, that new yellow tracksuit for the 2023-24 season, can't miss them, can you?
Nice sunglasses, black bright as well.
Get on.
Yeah.
Well, there is a more important question in the chat. Why are they showing purple items aside the players? That is because that is their FC Pro Live item that all of our 20 players here at the FC Pro Open have been given. For example, when they win games, those items do get upgraded. You can claim those items from buying them on the market, the live market, or by completing the SBCs, which have, of course, expired by now.
Lovely play.
Tekkz.
Bellingham. Trying to just take matters into his own hands.
It's good and bad defending at the same time. I feel like him switching off, but it worked. There's a reason he's here. I know that wouldn't have switched off there, but it worked out in his favour. Thuram off the bench.
He's liked Thuram off the bench.
Yeah, he's been just very effective.
Focal point up top as well.
Just winning headers.
He said his aerial playstyle plus has been the key reason why he does feature off the bench.
Dina, I'll be honest, I've never seen his act before. I don't know who that is. Never. I think you're most likely gonna see those sort of under the or off the radar substitute options because the players can only use 2 from a particular league.
Look how aggressive Tekkz is being here with his defensive line. He's just fighting for another point here. He's fighting for something.
You see how horrible it is? He's just keeping possession. And it looks easy. What Obrun is doing isn't easy. Trust me, we've all been there, whether it's on foot champs or whatever. Keeping possession is hard, especially if you're playing against the likes of Tekkz, who has one of the best pressing natures in
just waiting for that
this scene.
One more chance back. He can conclude the game now, though. Neymar in a pocket of space. Another great save.
Oh my God!
Oh, what a turn! Hansen, Modric, intercepted well. Tekkz' chance to stop Obrun pulling away. He's gonna go. Unfortunately, it looks like Tekkz will be bottom of Group D. Unless added time is generous of 2 minutes. Andy somehow defends this. Pateles back across. Obrun will make sure that he's on 7 points. And the gap between second to the bottom of the table will be 2 wins now. 6 points.
You know what? Maybe I'm just trying to find a silver lining. Today's been dreadful for Tekkz. It's 6 points though. It's still.
It's in other groups. It's 10.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's doable, but it's a mountain to climb nonetheless. It's just, yeah, he's not had a great day, but yeah.
Coming into today, we knew that we got 4 world-class, truly world-class potential winners of the tournament.
Yeah.
And also an exquisite player in Wanos as well. Wanos was the unknown quantity. We didn't know what to expect from him as Van der Sar once again stands up to the strike from Mbappe. Well, there was going to be shocks. There was going to be players who didn't perform well. Tekkz has built up so much credit in the bank over the last 6 years that we just don't expect it.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic, especially with some of the way he's conceded.
He's usually good in groups as well. I know he's been grouped at a couple of World Championships before, but
yeah,
over this format, I thought maybe not top. Personally, I had Fouma top when we did our predictions earlier.
Yeah.
I thought Levy would play really well, maybe second or third, but I had Tekkz there, second or third, battling it out. The fact that he's bottom, it's just what it's done. It's just opened the door, and players like Levy have stepped into it and said thank you very much, and slammed the door in his face.
And it's also just ripped up the transfer market as well. Calvin Phillips probably will be dropping down minute by minute. Unfortunately, as we said, Tekkz 1 point from 12 today. It has really shaken up this group. That means that Levy will top the group on 9 points from today. 7 points, as we said, apiece from Fouma, and more importantly from Obrun. And then with just 4 points on the board, we do see the one OS in that scenario. Again, we said if the one OS was to come in here and get points, Ryan, it would shake up the group, and he's done it.
Drastically as well. I'll be honest, I didn't have him as somebody in the conversation to advance. That's just based on the 4 members in the group as well, their pedigree in the competitions beforehand, and I haven't seen much of him. Yeah. But from what I've seen, we saw it on the previous round, the game against Tekkz. I was very impressed by the one. So his attacking play, I thought defensively, frailties, but attacking I thought was really good.
Yeah, well, that is it from the commentary desk today. 5 rounds done and dusted. There's one player that has topped the tree, though, heading into the festive break, and he's joined by Casey now.
Yes, I'm here with Levy, top of the group. How great does that feel?
Yeah, obviously perfect. Like, it's not a perfect score, obviously, because I have 9 out of 12 points. But when you told me at the start of the day that I would have been top of the group, I would have signed for it immediately. So I'm happy with 9 points. Still, I would look back, the game against Obrun, I could have won it. I just should have held it to draw probably. But in the end, 9 points. It's all right, I think.
And then to all of those people that maybe didn't invest in Cavallero, what do you have to say to them?
First of all, I have to say I understand it, because the card isn't the best one. But I like if some people have faith in me, and a lot of people showed faith in me as well. I got a lot of DMs from people who invested in Cavallero, but if you didn't, I completely agree, because the card isn't that great.
And then last question for you. Day 1 is done. These new requirements are somewhat new for you. What do you think about these squad requirements as a whole?
To be honest, I think it's pretty good. We also sometimes play without any restrictions. I think then it's just easier to defend for some people, because you have like Maldini and even Inform Van Dijk. And yeah, I think this squad requirements were pretty well balanced. I had my Davies and my Cafu were the main players, my fullbacks. So yeah, obviously I topped the group, so obviously I liked it, but I like it, yeah.
I mean, yeah, having these squad requirements and topping the group, you obviously liked them, but amazing job today, Levy. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. What a day it has been so far, and no one could have predicted the results when we went live at 6 p.m. So let's take a look at the table and just confirm the scores. Those results, though, 4-0. Levy showing the dominance, showing why he deserves to be at the top of this group, because the scoreline might say 4-0, but the one-os has shown that he is a tough opponent. Meanwhile, Tekkz facing the biggest appointment of the evening as he goes home without a single win. You can see the results there. There are some FC Pro Live items we'll be talking about shortly that are definitely going to have some happy owners watching in Twitch chat. Right now, though, let's...
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, I think if you have been watching today, Pieface, you've selected someone who I think he's quite deserving of the Sony PS5 Player of the Day. He's top of the table right now. It's Levi De Weerd. What a performance he's put up.
Yeah, he's done very, very well. 3 wins, 9 points. Couldn't quite break the 10 barrier, but he's also got that 2-point gap at the top of the group. He's going to be coming back in the new year, hopefully with a positive mindset, and he can carry on that momentum because he's done so well today.
He has, and we get the opportunity to look at some of his best moments here today. Deserving, I've got to say, of the Sony PS5 Player of the Day award. He has been in an unbelievably tough group, and yet he's made it look, I wouldn't say easy, but in a lot of these games he was in control.
Yeah, he has that aura, he kind of just has the aura of a player where when he is in the lead, he does seem to do well with it. He passed the ball well, he attacks well, and that's good to see as well from kind of like a neutral perspective from myself. These kind of pro players really going for it in games.
And how important do you think Coach Renzo is behind him?
Oh, I think having a team is so important, right? Obviously, it's an individual tournament, but this pro stuff, it is a team game, and having that support, we heard him talking at the start, for Team Hullet, and saying how much he thinks he can go forward. He's obviously got the right man behind him.
4 groups. Team Hullet, top 2 of these groups so far. Emre Young was in Group A, Levi De Weerd in Group D. They seem to be the team that people seem to be. Let's head on over to the desk, join everybody else. Levy, what a performance, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. You look at Ryan as you said that, and I was like, "Hell no, that's Ryan Pessoa." Levy's wearing the team. You guys are so mean. You called him Alan Shearer on your stream the other day.
Shearer was dominant.
Yeah. He was, and he's also old. You were not old.
True. Yeah, true.
If anyone's old at this desk, I'm old. Let's talk about what we learned today. And one of those things, Pieface, is that Rio Ferdinand is a bad boy.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I saw a few people using him this weekend league, and he looked incredible. Whereas today, he let a lot of people down. We were on the comms run, and you were in shock, really.
Yeah, stats-wise, he looks like one of the best items that you could use for this team, the squad building requirements as well. He just didn't perform, especially for Tekkz, giving away so many penalties. I think you said, Rich, was it 4 or 5 penalties?
Enough.
Yeah, too many. One too many.
Well, yeah, one is too many in this.
Yeah. Broke a record today. Most penalties given away. Did Rio Ferdinand. So probably won't see him again.
That the Brandon stat book?
Just going to write it down now.
Everyone's got the stat, right?
You say that, but during the qualifiers, Van Dijk got sent off a couple of times, but he's just
it was Tekkz involved in that as well.
Yeah.
The man's probably not going to bring Socrates to the other side of Christmas, I imagine. Do you think Tekkz can bounce back, though, Casey?
I do. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Tekkz. We've seen him come back from greater defeats, and I think that he's really going to take these couple weeks and think exactly what he needs to improve on, and he'll do it.
Watching Fouma play, he kind of reminds me of Anders in the way that he just looks so seamless and fluid in the way that he hits the attack, Brandon. Is he technically the best player that we have here?
Attacking-wise, yes. And I think he's pretty fortunate that he can just outscore his opponents. You saw when he spoke to me and Ryan, he was actually annoyed. He still seemed annoyed at the end of the day when he got 7 points. He was annoyed that he spent so much money on a ride back and thought, I want to put more money in my attacking players because at the end of the day, for me, defending doesn't really matter.
I think he was watching Icons Week because Cafe worked out for people, but this time round, different draft, different rules. You just got to think about what's going to work for that week rather than what's worked in the past. But we're actually going to take a look back, a walk down memory lane through round number 1 of the, or leg you might call it, of the FC Pro Open. So Group D, we've just witnessed it tonight, but it's always great to have a refresher. Levy, the man on top. Richard Buckley, were you expecting that?
I think I said right at the top of the show, I expect him to be in the top 2, and he has performed exquisitely well. I mean, we can't not lie. No one expected Tekkz to be bottom, but I think we've said it a couple of times already. 6 points from bottom to second is very doable.
I don't remember you saying that you thought that
he's made that
he
up.
was going to be top 2.
Wind it back.
He's winding it back.
Wind it
It's
back.
okay. He's the Paul Scholes of analysis. Pieface, I know you were not with us for Group C, but if we take a look at the Group C standings, Anders was definitely a more expected results, but Abu Maka.
Yeah, I did actually enjoy watching it last week because I was also shocked to see Manu at the bottom. I mean, Anders is just a beast, right? I mean, he's so, I think for me, intriguing to watch. But no, I am second on the table with Maka. And again, it's all about taking forward that form, isn't it? Having a big break. It's not like they've got a week. They've got almost a month now until they play again.
And remember that the top 2 from each of our groups do go through to the finals. If you get top 4, you do get an invite to the Swiss qualifying stage next year. So everyone wants to at least make that top 4. Group B, our LATAM Fiesta. PH Sin, actually, the player who has had the best success from the direct invites, Brandon.
Absolutely. I think we were sort of building a narrative of the if you were invited, there was a bit of a curse on you. Pietz broke that, and I mean, look, 10 points, as we said, from his 4 matches. Got one of the best upgrades with his SBC item, Van der Boomen. And overall, I think he'd be one of the happiest players to go back to Brazil for the Christmas break.
I do feel, though, for Bonanno and Man City as a whole at the moment. Casey, I have essentially made you Man City's official spokesperson tonight. What have you got to say for yourself?
It's a tough day to be a Man City esports fan. I mean, we have Bonanno in 5th, and we have Tekkz in 5th. But we have a whole other week, and I have high hopes for them.
I have high hopes for them as well, so don't let me down next year, boys, and let's take a look finally at Group A, because yes, Manuel aside, actually, Team Hullet, they've had quite a great success rate, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Both top of their respective tables, obviously, not including Manu. Not Manu, sorry, joint points again with first place with Emre Yilmaz in that group. Anders on 10 points as well. So Red Bull Leipzig have done really well in terms of getting the points on the board, being in the conversation to advance to the knockouts. And yeah, this group is tightly contested, especially with the top 3. 4 points separate second and third, but I think it is quite a big gap.
Do you think, Richard Buckley, that a new year is going to make all the difference as we head into Group A?
No, I don't think it will. I think the top 2 will go through this group. There's 2 quick points I want to make before we head into 2024. 1, no one got 12 points. No one won all 4 games. I think that's quite interesting. We'd probably predicted at least 1 out of the 20 would have got 4 wins. And 2, in each and every single group, one of the so-called favourites has performed terribly. Mike 11 in Group A, Banana in Group B, Manu Bashir in Group C, and Tekkz in Group D.
The pressure is truly on these players. But remember, we've got the top 20 best players in the world here. They had to go through such stiff competition to make it. The likes of Lex didn't make it, Nicholas FC, Olilito, Lance, they did not make this competition. And so this top 20, no wonder it's close by face.
Yeah, and for example, like I'm a big Futwiz fan. Seeing Mark 11, like, I was very shocked to go not even 1 point. Like, and that just shows such a quality player he is, not scoring 1 point. And you know, it's hard to reassess, isn't it, when you've got to then come back again and fight for what is going to be very, very difficult, but it's not over yet.
Pop quiz, Alan Shearer. When are we coming back?
You put me on the spot. The exact date?
Yeah.
January the 8th.
Congratulations.
That's correct, isn't
Very
it?
good.
Come on.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Try to stitch me up there, people.
That's a point, that's a point.
And you can see the different time zones for around the world. I was actually going to make it harder for you and be like, so what time could you watch Mark 11 on the 8th of January in Wellington? It turns out 7 a.m. So if you live in Sydney, move there. I'm sure it's just a 8-hour plane ride, no biggie. Get over there, support your boy Mark 11. Guys, we are going to be going to our mid-season break in sparkling form here on the FC Pro Open. Fouma and Levy, the latest to seize their moment and grab an early lead in Group D. But remember, we're only at half-time. 4 more weeks to go before the finals, with plenty of time to flip the script, and some of our players will be asking Father Christmas for a few wins when we come back on January 8th. So have a great festive break and be sure to join us for that one. From all of us, bye for now.